Oh, good morning, good morning. Good morning, ladies. Good morning. Good morning. I just kind of finished listening to the As Is podcast. It's sent to me, so try to listen to it. I don't have any notes or anything because I'm sick. I'm a little sick right now. But I'm going to try to, I just wanted to come on to give my opinion and my thoughts on the Shabazz um, podcast. In his interviews, he says that he's close up to about 10 or 11 interviews. And I'm understanding that he is a journalist. And if everybody knows and can remember what a journalist's job is, he's continuing to do so, his job. I look at Shabazz no differently than look at a lot of the other people out here when we know his title is a journalist. Right now, his journalism is focused on grabbing any and everybody that has some affiliation or was in the camp facilities association of Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly. So I don't look at him any differently than anybody that's trying to either grab whatever news to cast it to either hurt him or help him. And Mr. Shabazz journalism way, and from what I saw of Shabazz when he come out, I have to roll with my first thought and my opinion about Mr. Shabazz on the As Is Entertainment show, whatever that is he's running, his podcast. My first opinion is he's not looking for the truth. He's looking to continue to grow his journalism. There's more money in what he does. I gotta put these stories out, and everybody knows that Mr. Kelly is a hot topic, very hot topic. But Mr. Shabazz, as everyone has seen, showed up with his story about Azariah, his story from the beginning. And your first story is your story. I'm on here expressing my opinion, you guys. Sick than a motherfucker. So can you put the likes up? My channel is hurting because I have a lot of people that'll come in. You can hit the likes up or the likes down that don't support the channel at all. But I'll appreciate it just because you don't support it and you're not subscribed to the channel. To just don't be that fucking mean and cruel and stuff and hit one or the other of the buttons because I'm trying to keep my channel pretty much alive and not come on to waste my time. And I'm not saying that to be mean or cruel or a bitch or none of that. None of that, you guys. You all know how the YouTube things work. If you don't want to help support the channel by hitting one of the buttons, then it's like just stop being here because now I'm starting to take it as an insult for real. For real, for real. I'm starting to take it as an insult, you know? Shabazz came out with his story about how he was up in the Trump Tower protecting and helping Azrael. At that time, Azrael had turned totally against Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly. I have no sympathy there for that or empathy there for that. That was his first story. That is his resume, in my opinion, when he came out. There's nothing of any truth that Shabazz could be searching for to change that, in my opinion. There's some disappointment in my story as I go on of what I just heard and saw on the As Is podcast. Okay. He told his story about how he talked to Azrael and she was going to go get her hair done, and there was some mix up because they were going to be doing the filming. And he couldn't get his camera and all of that stuff, so he was upstairs with his phone. This man has already violated Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly's privacy. I can respect the part that journalism is part of his job. I can respect that. Everybody has to have a job and make a living. What I don't respect about it is, in my opinion, this is being done, one, off a mockery of Mr. Kelly's true life. Two, is that the questions that he asks with the people that he has chosen to interview, they can be tricky as to saying things that can also harm or not harm Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly, because that's a journalist's job. If you think about his job, and if you think about Gayle King's job, which was a journalist, she's a journalist. Their job is to, yes, possibly find the truth, but also find and align people to Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly to speak on things that should not be spoken on in the public. Entrapment can come in all kind of shapes, forms, and fashion. The only way to cure being entrapped, excuse my French, is to basically shut the fuck up right now. Shut the fuck up right now. Everybody out here knows that 85%, and that's just a ballpark percentage, wanted to see Mr. Kelly where he is. And that is the 10 or 15% is your fucking government. It's your government. Nobody is out here, in my opinion, is suitable to speak on behalf of Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly. This is a journey that he has to take with God and his attorney, trusted attorney at this point. Shabazz did his damage. He did his damage. And you can't take that back. So let me jump to the three ladies that is on the channel. If Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly asks for everybody to hush, and you don't know what hush means, then you should have a problem with yourself. When it comes to me, I have the word shush on my finger. In other words, shut the fuck up. basically. His whole story is so mixed up. It's so many hearsays and nearsays and they says out here. You don't know who to trust. And the hearsays and the nearsays have their funny ways of getting certain information when they want it. And you would think that you're going off to say really good things about Mr. Kelly, but remember, everything you say can and will be held against you, and it's nothing to flip your story, to change up your goddamn story. I was talking about the letters. How do you think they got out, and why do you think that they got out, and who put them out? Well, I guess it's fair to say that Mr. Kelly did, I guess, write these stories. He wanted to tell the world his truth. Then it got to the part where, who do you think put those out? Because as is with the word on the curve, felt that he was told, or some nature, that Funk Master Flex, or whatever his name is, put those stories out. But he had a hard time believing that when you can go to that guy's page and see that he dog walked Kelly. So why would Kelly put letters in this guy's hand? But then you jump back over to the sisters, who clearly says that those letters, they exist. And one minute is they don't know how they got out. The other minute is, if you jump over to Dottie, Dottie says that he needed to get to a bigger platform. Somewhere the sisters and Dottie just wasn't on the same page with their response. Because the sisters jumped back and was like, no, those letters, kind of really shouldn't be passed around, or that nature. One or the other. It's not making sense. If Dottie is saying the letter seems to appear to be needed to reach platforms because they ain't playing Mr. Kelly of what he says or does on the radio. Shabazz comes back and says that, well, maybe he should reach out to a lot of the bigger media platforms. Him himself knows damn well that the big media platforms shut that man down, turned his stories all around, and made him out to be this goddamn predator, or this goddamn leader of an enterprise. He knows that. Why would you speak on that? Why would that even be your suggestion? Why? The sisters comes back and says, they agreed that there was those letters to express his truth. Speaking of Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly. And you have to ask yourself, because I do every time I hear of these letters, I ask myself, I don't know if Mr. Kelly was advised not to speak in the court of law, but the judge did ask him, would you like to speak? The world would have heard him and his truth, but he declined that. He didn't take the stand to defend himself. I know that the law says you are innocent until proven guilty. But when you got 90% of hedgehog hunters out here on your ass, you got to take the stand to tell your truth. You got to get the word out yourself. You can't leave it up to people to do your job, for your freedom. Just doesn't work that way in America, people. Doesn't work that way. I believe that he still had a fair time, a fair trial to even go up against the prosecutors. If his story is that strong and he stood by his truth. But that's just my belief, because he would have had these prosecutors try their damnness to contest him at his truth. And nobody can take your truth away from you if it's your truth. But that's just my belief, and it didn't play out that way. You have a whole lot of other people out here now that is in disarray of these letters because of the person that is reading them. I know I sound terrible, you guys. I know I do. Just so you don't know that I'm bullshitting you guys. I should be at work right now, but I am in the bed. I am in the bed, okay? And I do feel terrible. Whatever this bug is, it's kicking my ass right now, okay? I'm going to get up in a minute and try to walk it off, walk it out, to beat it out. But it's taking a toll on me right now. So it's a little difficult, okay? I won't let anybody in the room with me right now. And eventually, I'll get up. And I'm going to go to the doctor in a little bit so that I can see what it is. I've literally put a lot of medicine in me right now. But just so you guys know, I'm not bullshitting you right now. So, no calls today, you guys. No calls, because I can't tolerate the phone ringing or the noise of the TV and stuff. So, just so you guys will know. But this too shall pass. This too shall pass. I don't trust, and it's just my opinion, anything of what Shabazz. I don't condone. I don't really care to listen to it, but I do, just to get, the information and to continue to learn what people has to say about Mr. Kelly. But I don't think that Shabazz should be put in any position to do any interviews with any of Mr. Kelly's announced people. I don't. Because it's obviously those people didn't hear their brother, your uncle, your mentee, when he said, hush, hush. Just hush. Know who you're talking to. This is the second go round with the sisters. And bless their hearts for wanting to get their words out about their brother. But why don't they take the interview and switch the game up? Find out who he is. Find out why was he there at your brother's house. Find out what his affiliation was with Angelo Clary. Find out why he was there to really do the filming for his production for money against Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly. Ask him why he wasn't there to protect Joy in the same way he did Azrael. People have no idea how to flip a script. That's where the attention should have been. He was up in they brother house, going through the boxes, filming a mask, come out with his stories issued to some of the Lifetime, allegedly, against their brother. Shouldn't that have been the interview? I'm just asking. You give a man some attention for a podcast who was doing things that was negative against your brother. It made no sense to me that it happened that way. Choke No Joke is reading these letters. And apparently, these letters are also coming up on Bookham's channel. Bookham sits over there doing his private investigation with a little help. And he takes whatever he can find to entangle them, to bring out his assumption. And Lord behold, you better be glad, Bookham, that I don't have the energy right now to trump over your shit of what you put out here. And it is total fucking bullshit. You got some big hands and a big mouth on how you will take and twist with your goddamn compadres over there a motherfucking story up. And for that, man, you could go to hell. Because you can't tell a story straight if you can see straight. You are a genius at twisting up these fucking narratives out here on what people say and how people move. But today you get to have that and run with it, because I don't have the energy for it. But by God, you better hope I don't have this energy. You better hope and pray my energy don't come back before the fucking weekend, because I'm going to lay your whole goddamn video out. I am, because it's time now. It's time. Choke No Joke is reading these letters. Apparently the letters got out. I think that according to what the sisters and Dottie was saying, it is fair to say now that the video, the written letters didn't come from an attorney, according to their admission of words. It appears that Mr. Kelly sent them to someone of an individual like ourselves, me, you, just regular Jane Does and John Does. Probably someone who he really, really trusted. Someone in his camp, or I hate to say camp, someone that is closely affiliated with him. Just thought that it was a good idea for these letters to reach a bigger platform. Okay? Got to the that person, whoever it is, because now everybody is dumbfounded about who let the letter go. When you heard Cassandra and I think her name is Renee, and the other sister name, you don't hear her name as much. You just really hear Cassandra, Cassandra. So the sisters, right? You heard them say that there was only, this is their admission of words. If you don't believe me, you go back and you listen to the as is. There were only a few people that had the letter. So a few to me, I don't know about y'all, is about 3, pushing maybe 4. It's not that fucking hard to come out with the name of the person who did this to Mr. Robert Kelly. They just make it that hard because they are loyal to that part of the hush word, right? They don't want to say that part, which makes no sense to me. Because if you are on a podcast talking to a guy who did all of the filming in the Brethren house with a mask protecting Azrael, the one that clowned on Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly, that turned on him, the one that sat there and told everybody how about his dealing and willing with Angelo Clary and how it all fell apart and he was fucked this and how he sat there and told everybody he was over there because he had the Angelo and them and they didn't have the money for this, they didn't have the money for that, so he did that. And you on a podcast with this nigga? That's just my opinion. Good morning everybody, good morning. That's just my opinion. Then that means that you guys know. If it's only a few people that had this letter, you guys know. So there's your entanglement of the letter. Go address the few people. But like I said, go listen to what Dottie says. She says that he put them out here so that the letter can reach a bigger platform. Now, Bookham has the problem with Choke No Joke. First, there wasn't no problem. Of course, everybody's seen all of the fuss and no trust over on the Choke No Joke show. I have not watched Choke No Joke to read the letters. Some things you can learn to care about. Some things you have to learn to not care about. And I had to choose to not care about the goddamn letters. Bookham has a problem. And a few others. I think Cousin Levi has a problem. I think the young lady over on the other channel who wanted to control South Side of Chicago has a problem. Because the way he reads them is not verbatim according to Bookham of what Mr. Kelly wrote. So his challenging tactic to shut down Choke No Joke for reading the letters is to actually bring out the real letters according to him. He has his funny way of getting information to do certain things. But there is any and everybody out here that would definitely use a crash dummy to do anything. I'll repeat that. there is any and everybody that will use a crash dummy to do anything. What do you mean by that, Papoose? What I'm saying to you guys is that he, Booker, did a whole bunch of woofing to choke no joke about those letters. Shut it down. How did you get them? What are you doing? Oh, those letters was written way back in 2019 from Chicago. But he was so quick, fast, in a hurry to announce, I got him. I got him. And now have a whole lot of energy to show them as well. That wasn't in a savior or savaging of anything of Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly. That was to big up on Choke No Joke. If Mr. Kelly says hush, why would he want brownie points to show what he has or to do what he's doing? Because I got the big up over on this nigga over here. This shit is a whole goddamn entertainment shit show. I stand by what I say. And there is nobody for Mr. Kelly the way he needs them. Shout out to everybody that thinks that you are for Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly. But if you leaking, I have my doubts. But that's just my opinion. If you're not at the level where you know now that it's up to Miss Jennifer Bonjean, then you stay lost out there with the way the law works. They tore him down. They skinned the skin off of him. And only she can help him. Not a single soul out here. Because if you ever thought and feel that you can free this man, then you would have done so. You would have done so. He would have not been crucified in the eyes of the fucking public. And that's a fact. All of the aftermath, the after talk, what could have happened, what should have happened, what they didn't do, what this didn't do. None of that shit matters. A team was put out here for Mr. Kelly. A team that could have went head and toe to toe, voicefully up against that goddamn Me Too. It destroyed it. It was destroyed. You guys do what you do. I'll continue to listen because I like to come back and express my opinion on some things. I do. Ask yourself, flip those interviews around because he's going to be calling plenty more of you guys out. You give it some time. Oh, Booker might be on that show over there. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I guess I'll have to ask again if you guys can kindly hit the thumb up or the thumb down button because it helps my channel. And I am running a channel over here. And I do take time out to come on, whether if I'm woofing about some shit, thank you, Trevor, or I'm not. Or I'm not. or I'm going to have to really start calling like hypocritical ass people. And I don't like to call people like the worst. I don't. I know that there's just people that it's hard to deal with fucking people. And it's like, why? Why is it so fucking hard to deal with the humanity of fucking people? No matter what you choose to do in your life, and I chose to come and run my fucking channel. I'm okay with a lot of people being brainwashed about telling some shit that they don't know about Papoose. But in order to know Papoose, you got to try to get into Papoose world. And that's just picking up the fucking phone. Not by what another motherfucker done told you or tried to convince you about. One Papoose. I chose to run this channel and I did connect and come on and tell stories or laugh and to do this. But I could sit here and right now I have like what, 20 people that's just actually just watching and won't even hit the fucking thumb up or the thumb down button on the fucking channel or just fucking leave. That's just how pathetic like this shit is. Like really? Like really? For my goddamn opinions? For me standing up for myself on my channel? You can hate me. I don't care about that stuff. All it does is just shows me the character that you are. Character that you are. I'm a loving person. I deal with loving people. And I meant what I said when I say I don't deal with your kind because I can pinpoint them out and know how to move around away from them. As much as we would love to see a better world out here, that's like my only goddamn passion to try to achieve. And the only way that I've achieved that is that I had to get into my own single world because it's beautiful. I'm around loving people. Can't do it. Can't do it. But have no doubt, have no fear. Pap is going to stand for herself. Pap will come back at your head. I definitely will when I can. I will. You will not destroy me. You will not take my integrity from me, my loyalty from me. You won't do that. I won't give anybody the privilege to do so. It's not going to happen. And I get it that this damn virtual world, but this shit takes time. It takes time to click a button, to come on and not be shy, not be intimidated by people to come and talk to or share things and laugh with people that comes on YouTube. Just like to deal with YouTube. Shit's crazy. Crazy as fuck. But it is what it is, and I understand that. There's going to be more and more interviews on Shabazz. Once you successfully completed one, there's going to be another one. He successfully completed that. You get driven now with this egotistic thing that, oh, I could do more. That one went well. I could do more. That one went well. Till he eventually nails the coffin shut. Somebody's going to come and end up saying some things that they really, really, really shouldn't say. In my opinion, that is what he's reaching for. That may be his agenda and his goal. I noticed when he first came on, he had about 6 subscribers. Then the second interview, he jumped pretty high, up to about 12. I said pretty high, didn't I? I said pretty high. That's pretty high. And he had about 32 views. Now he's up to 100 and something. Information is information. It's only perceived on how you take it. I don't know if this man is a good guy or a bad guy because I don't know him. But what I have perceived about him is the beginning of his resume. And I saw him tell his Bouffale story about he was there for Azariah. He said nothing about Joy. Nothing. He was there with his camera out. And he argued with that security lady at the Trump Towers. And I can film in this house, and I can film in this house. The sister should have turned the story on him. And I guarantee you, you'd have seen how fast he'd have probably ended that podcast because that's not the story that he wanted to talk about. But that is how you can get down to the meat and the potatoes about who is who. And they did not do that. In my opinion, as much as I have to respect that he is a journalist, can't take that away. That's his career. He would have not gotten any attention from me had I been affiliated or in Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly's camp. And that's a fact. Getting Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly's stories out is not about anybody capturing an interview to be interrogated by someone who was against him. He tells you people that he was not. But his IG page says differently. The shit that he would tweet says differently. And I don't give a fuck what nobody says about that. If we only had a brain. If we only had fucking brains out here. If we only had brains. I try to understand and I going to respect what the ladies talked about. Because that's their opinion and that's their feelings about their brother. It is. They didn't say anything that would be incriminating or none of that. It was mostly based off their feelings. How they feel that this and they feel that that. And they feel that this and feelings are aligned to opinions. So it's not against the law to do so. Dottie comes on. I guess she's just a really true supporter. Someone who loves Mr. Kelly because she never announced her title or any relations to Mr. Kelly. So I'm just going to assume that she's just a real supporter that is not liking what has happened to Mr. Kelly. And that's all that I see that Shabazz from the As Is Entertainment is doing. You can probably bet your bottom that once he's concluded with grabbing whoever he can that is allegedly aligned to Mr. Kelly, he will probably be grabbing some of Mr. Kelly ops. It wouldn't surprise me if Angelo would be up in that category. It wouldn't surprise me. Distractions. It comes in all kind of shapes, form, or fashion. You just have to know how to recognize them. That's it, and that's all. Wouldn't have this episode if Mr. Kelly would have stood up. He needed to. At that time in the court of law, he needed to stand up and tell his truth to the world. He needed to. They had him trapped in every freaking fucking direction that they can possibly think of. And if that's his truth would have stood. His truth would have grounded himself. His truth would have gave them something to really fight him against now. His truth probably would have had the jury looking side-eye at that goddamn prosecution. The judge would not allow his defense team to do some things. Not allow him. He had the floor. He could have done it. He could have done it. His defense team was restricted to speak on things of nature of sexual this and their religion of this. Not him. Not him. They were instructed to do so. He could have manipulated it and got up there and said whatever he wanted to say to stand his goddamn truth. I believe that Jennifer Bonjane, because we have to walk by faith and not by sight, is going to pull him through. I understand that he has the Chicago trial to deal with, whom now another person is being pointed the reason that he can be convicted on that trial as well. But the only person that is exposing that situation and pressing very hard would be Booker and another lady. Well, this is what I have to say about this. Had you left well-being alone and not put that narrative out here that is the shit that Don Russell is doing, that is jeopardizing Chicago, then it may not be what you're saying it could be. Did you think about that? Maybe if you guys would stop spewing it out in the atmosphere, maybe it won't be what you're putting out here. Just maybe. Think about that. You all talk such ludicrous bullshit. Bookham, you said that you wanted to see if I would come back on that. And I am. I'm just going to tap on it just a little bit. You claims that he's an undercover agent. Everybody claims that he is setting this man up. Let me address that. Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly was set up clearly with the photogenic picture with the audio of Azarel Clary, allegedly. I have to put that on there. Flipping on Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly. Don Russell was not on that interview or in that home with Shabazz during that filming as the world watched her flip. Don Russell was not there when Azarel sat there and cut up a coat on this internet for the world to see. Don Russell, this is just my opinion, was not there when the feds was in that room or Angelo Clary was in that room with Azarel sitting at that table talking to LaToya X. That is where you can clearly see who was setting up Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly, in my opinion. And I know you have a different theory because you're struggling with the situation about that Kale's goddamn nation over there. The crazy thing about you and your compadres putting out the Kale's Nation thing, though, and this is just my opinion, though, is that you're telling the same shit that man been telling out here in open. See, had Don Russell been hiding that, I might believe what you're saying. But he never hid it. He told everybody he was starting a calendar station to raise money. The man needs money. That's what he said. You just like to twist the words around. Have a little fun with it. Your compadres loves to cut and paste. Make things a little bit more interesting. I'm going to go and put some more lemon and some more goddamn taste of that damn alcohol in this tea. And I'm going to go and take some of that NyQuil vape stuff. And as that's brewing in there, I'm going to continue to talk about Booker and your compadres. Now it is the end of 2022. The paperwork says that Don Russell was only around for that length of time, which was about a year or so, right? So it's not much. I get it. You want to prove your fact that he wasn't around as many years as you claim to have been around. Here's what I say about that. As many years as you claim that you have been around, do you know that you would be in more heap of shit than Donnell Russell? Let that sink in. If you want to have that throne of being around Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly way before Don Russell and Mr. Kelly is in trouble for running an enterprise, are you aware that you put yourself there? Are you even fucking aware of that? That ain't no shit to brag about. I was there. Keep telling the world. Cousin Michael Avenatti said, and even though his ass is up the river, everybody that was around Mr. Kelly will possibly go down. So, in your own admission, because you want that clout, you were around a long time before Don Russell. In my opinion, they should be taking your ass too. Not because you did anything, but because you were around for a long time with Mr. Kelly. So therefore, you are admitting that you knowingly knew what the fuck was going on according to what the indictment is saying. Capiche, nigga? Period. I don't even know why you would even feel like you would want that clout when they looking for all you motherfuckers. Yeah, I don't think that their job is done. I really don't. But what I do believe and what I do think is that Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly didn't do this shit. I think that the people that wants to claim that they was around, including you, did all this shit. And you're letting one person go down. I know, that's your guy. I get it. Let me tell you what I meant, Bookham, about you haven't done shit before you threw your temper tantrum on what happened all at the protests and pap, this happened at your protests on that and this and that. I don't control people actions. Good morning. People don't control my actions down there. Went down there with good intentions, okay? I can't do anything about people turning foul and doing the things that they do. So comparing whatever happened for the walks for chaos as opposed to your protest or whatever you did for Mr. Kelly, that was totally fucking irrelevant. But I understand kids shit. I raised them. I have kids, so I understand that. You made no sense at all with trying to do that. Neither did your lady friend that called in to speak on me that don't know anything about me. So she sounded like an idiot as well. I said that shit. What do I mean about you ain't do shit to help him? I meant that shit. You was around him and you say you know him, you did this and you did that. The outside looking in, like how you kind of look at TV, right? And you kind of talk about the dialogue that they put out on whatever program that is showing. And you're right. Most of us don't know what you're doing and how you're doing it, only by what you put out here for us to see. And that is the only thing that we can opinionate on. And what I see from the outside looking in, you still ain't done shit. You still ain't done shit, boy. What are you solving? Are you solving the puzzle? Are you solving a puzzle? Are you attempting to really solve a puzzle? If your game was tight, if your stroke was long, you would have solved the puzzle before the judge read a verdict that said guilty. The trial started months later. You should have sprung into action long time ago. Not just with the walk, Not just sitting over there with drunken Larry. When Levi, I quote unquote, I need, and you validated that shit. You did. I need 100 or so people. And to get these emails down there to the prosecution. And you validated that shit. And you want to sit here and blah, 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 blah. You want to sit out here like the work that you're really doing over there is yours, as if people can't tell that shit is being sent to you. You're good. You're good at narrating. You're good. You are an actor. Your job is to study scripts, nigga. Your job is to study the scripts. And you're good at that. I've seen you in a goddamn shit movie or whatever, even though you weren't talking, but it's your job if you want to be an actor. So I'm not impressed, nor am I fooled with that. There was one guy left out here. And I understand a lot of y'all rock against our Donnell Russell. But hear me and hear me good, Bookham. I don't know Donnell Russell. I'm not affiliated with Donnell Russell. I'm not in no Donnell Russell group or camp or nothing. That man rocks by himself out here. It's just that I have sense enough to know to not let another human reread me a story of what I've already read or what I've already heard to dictate it in a different way. I don't allow another nigga to come and tell me somebody else's story as you change it up. I have to listen to his words. And that's what you're doing. What you're definitely doing is barking out bullshit because, in my opinion, you want that nigga, Donnell Russell, to show up so that you can have the opportunity to show out on your channel, to interrogate him. One thing I'll have to say with not knowing Donnell Russell is kudos to that motherfucker, because he ain't fall for your shit. He ain't fall. He won't give you the time of day for your motherfucking interrogation. Now, I'm going to need you to riddle me this, Booker. You said he's an undercover agent who worked for those people. I don't even know how. I don't even know how a person can fix this out. So you mean to tell me that the feds picked up their own people. They picked up the nigga and gave him a fucking indictment. His people that you say he working for, that everybody say he working for. Do y'all know that we live in America? Huh? If he was working for those people, Booker, do you know he wouldn't have even had an indictment? Do you know that they'd have swept that shit under the rug so that he can continue to do his plan like you say he doing against Mr. Kelly? It would have been too soon for the government to have him in court right away. And you should know that, and I know you know that. But It sounded good to tell that twisted ass, fucked up ass story that you told. You said that shit. He worked for them people. He worked for them people. He working for the people to bring down R. Kelly. That's what you, yeah. But the people indicted him. What happened? Was his job? He completed his job that fast? They didn't need him no more? So they gonna arrest him? Nah, nigga. They'd have kept his ass right where they wanted him at. I'm just saying. That's just my opinion. You can't seem to handle opinions because you only want your opinion to be out here and factual. Mine is just my opinion. And that's what's fucked up about you, Booker, is that you can't handle opinions because you don't want your narrative changed from the atmosphere. Ride with your shit. Ride with your shit. Another one of R. Kelly camp people. You, because you said you've been there a long time. Nobody knows him like you. You got all the shit. You got all the work. You know who is who. So that means that you part of the camp. And they coming after the camp people. Not taking no calls today. None. Because I already sound horrible. I know I sound horrible because I can feel it in my throat. So I just came on because I just wanted to give my opinion on the As Is podcast. And out of my 5 W's, you guys, I only have one. Why? Why? That's the only one. I'm over the who, what, and when's. Why? Why does Shabazz gets to have the opportunity as a journalist? Why? From people that is affiliated, associated, brothering up, sistering up, cousin up with Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly. Why him? Why him? I heard them ask the question. I heard somebody ask the question. I can't remember right now. Shabazz did. Why, this can be, the letters or whatever should be reached out, into the main media out there. Like you ask him that question. Ask him that question back. A lot of people need to go back and watch that goddamn Medea shit that I show y'all. How are you? How the fuck are you? What are you doing? What the fuck you doing? Hit it back. Hit it back. But ask yourself, why? Why does he want these interviews from R. Kelly's close people? Why? Why? How is he going to get it out to the main media? How? Are you building, in my opinion, and I'm not shaming, I'm not bashing, or nothing on Shabazz. I'm just saying that this is how I would handle that shit off of what I know. And I know that I saw him up in that hotel room. Maybe you could talk about that, Bookham. Ask yourself, maybe you could talk about, maybe you could go grab Shabazz. Go do that. Bring him to your platform. That'll be a good motherfucking goddamn show for you. Ask Shabazz, why are these interviews important that he must have them to put out here when he was that guy that was standing in Mr. Kelly's home, not invited, wasn't given permission to do so. Oh, wait a minute, I forgot. He was there on Azrael's behalf. It was Azrael's apartment, I guess. He didn't need any permission. You ask Shabazz why now, when Shabazz made sure that that mask got on his filming. Ask Shabazz, was it really a phone up under there? Ask Shabazz, why was he really filming outside of protecting Azrael? He was sent on her behalf, not Joy. You go get that interview with Shabazz. Let the world find out and see who Shabazz really is. While you're at it, go dig up all the shit that he talked about Mr. Kelly on his IG page. He personally thinks I believe I read that he should be held guilty on some of the charges. He does. I believe I might have read that. Now, I could be wrong. Don't quote me on that one. But I could be wrong. I said yesterday that when you fuck up one time, that's all it is for me. That's a wrap for me. You can't go back. You can't go back. The people that he actually, Bookham that is, you see doing harm to Mr. Kelly or has done some serious harm to Mr. Kelly. You want to address that shit. And that's what's just unbelievable to me. You do. You don't even want to believe the fact. And I get it. That's because you want to get Don Russell over there to interrogate him. You don't want to believe the fact that James Mason probably didn't have no money. You don't want to believe the fact that James Mason credit cards or whatever didn't go through. And Don Russell had to use his credit card to move the bus. This is where you start with that one. Private investigator, Bookham. First of all, go contact the people where the bus was at. See, you dig in the middle of your stories. You don't start at the root of it. First, go see that. Bring that information back. Now, secondly, since you got those security position behind your nuts, now go see who rented the motherfucking truck. Pull that motherfucking work order. Go do that. As you do that, everybody has cameras. Go see who signed for what. You want to keep debunking his stuff, Donnell Russell? Because I'm really trying. But right now, you ain't pulling me. Nobody is pulling me off of what I believe the story and how it goes about Mr. Kelly and Donnell Russell. Nobody right now. And I've been trying. I've been giving it some serious benefit. I'm trying. You're just bringing back the hearsay. You're just copying and pasting what somebody done copied and pasted to send to you to put together a goddamn narrative. Actually, it's a challenge to me. To me, he told you and everybody else out here. He said Mason didn't have the fucking money. Go find that out. He said that he had to pay for it with the credit card to get the stuff moved. Go find that out. Go put the receipt up with Mason paying for it. Now you a real FBI. Now you're doing some bigger and better things. Instead of switching fucking stories up. See how fucking true that is. Go. It's not the fact that he didn't do it. It's the fact that you refuse to believe it all. But here's what's funny to me, though, Bookham. Here's, here's what's so funny to me, though. You realize that Donnell Russell didn't mention your name about helping move and shit? Now, you best believe if you were in there and you were for him, and that man would have found out that you were doing some things to help and do this and do that, he'd have probably mentioned your fucking name. But he didn't. That's some crazy shit. I'm sitting here waiting like, well, it was Mason and Bookham, they tried to use the credit card, but it didn't work. See, that there would have really enlightened me on, okay, well, Bookham, well, at least he tried to help. Your name ain't on shit to help. No, nothing. Now, it's either played out one or the other way with you being with Mr. Kelly. And that was, you were probably affiliated with what? Trying to get you some girls. I don't know. I'm just hypothetically speaking. That was it. You mad about what and about how everybody perceived your picture down there at the Sprinter. You mad about that. You mad about that. And I know for a fact that a mentee is going to recognize their mentor. And a mentor is going to recognize their mentee, their guy. I do believe maybe it wasn't enough room in the goddamn Sprinter. I don't know. Maybe he didn't think that you were going to show up. Or maybe you showed up late for your job. I don't know. All the seats were taken. I don't know. But a picture can paint 1,000 words. Apparently, you're upset of the words that came out of a lot of people of the picture that was painted. And that was you, walking alongside with 2 things of chickens for Mr. Kelly, I guess. I don't know. I don't know who the fucking chicken was for. But everybody can clearly see that Bookham did not make the cut to get in the van. I believe that Mr. Kelly was probably in a big rush. But the people that was affiliated really with him were already in the truck. Seats were taken. You didn't get a ticket. Can't be mad about that. That was the picture that was painted. So the only person that you can be mad about on that situation, if you ask me, is your mentor. He the one left your ass out there. He the one that had the authority to say who rides and who don't ride. Be mad at him. Your embarrassment, he left you out there to be embarrassed. Be mad at your guy. Not all these people out here because the laughter came behind it. Oh. No, and you're right. You were absolutely right about one thing I was going to come back on. Sick or none, dying or not. I know death. I done seen plenty of it. Plenty of it. So if I die tomorrow, just know that I'm good with that. Just know that I'm good with that. Just know that I've lived a good goddamn life. I ain't afraid of death. I ain't afraid of death. Not naturally, nah. It's gonna come one day or the other. I'm sick than a motherfucker. But I'm working on me, and I know God's working on me, so I'm good on that. All right, I'll put this little alcohol up in here. I might be in an OD with some NyQuil vape. But as I get off of here, Papa be asleep to damn near 10 o'clock tonight. And I'll get up and I'll probably have more energy to come back and do that damn book reading that I'm supposed to be doing with the ladies over here on this channel. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Those people that feels like you ain't for this person and you ain't for this person and you ain't for this person. The only thing that I have to say about that is people will dictate your life every day. Who you who you are for and who you not for, it only comes within your heart. And as long as you know your heart and your faith, that's all that matters. Not what another goddamn human has to say out here based off of whatever actions that them put down. And what I mean by that, book them. I don't know what you're for. I don't care what you are for. You and I do not walk the same path in life or in this transition, this moment, this time for Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly as support. You may walk it one way. I may walk it another way. You talk it your way. I may talk it my way. Pap never came out to do no more than what she knew she was capable of doing. And that was walking for the freedom of Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly because of what I had learned, what I have studied to know, and what I had choose to believe or not off of the law. That was it, and that was all. Pap never came out to put anybody else up on the pedestal or to cheer them on or to rah-rah. None of that shit. Unless I find that the situation that happened to Mr. Kelly has happened to someone else. Life is about picking and choosing what it is that you want to interrupt your life on. And I made that choice. And I sacrificed some things, like leaving my child and leaving my dog. And I left my job behind to come out to do the best that I knew how to do with bringing people together. Within it, it got destroyed. And that's not my problem. It will never be my problem. I can never allow anybody out here to make it my problem. It is in the non-existence world. Understand me? That's where it's at. On the other hand, as I look inside your world, Bookham, and Shabazz, since that's the way I started my story off with, these are individual people that chose to take Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly's case and make it their existence to a whole nother different level that is uncalled for. Because you are not the person that is sitting behind the bars. You are not the person that has all of these allegations pended on you. You are not that person that needed funds to retain attorneys. You are not that person that wants to get the truth out and have your stories turned into torment, entangled into a bunch of more pathetic fucking lies out here. You're not that person. So there's nothing that anybody can say or do that can change my mind up. And I'm searching and I'm looking and I'm reading. You best to believe that. on how that one man over there, Donnell Russell, started his show, did it with Trent, jumped over to Nick at Night, and told the whole fucking YouTube of what was being done, how it needed to be done. He told you who was all involved. He told you when all of this shit started to happen about the depletion of Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly's money. If he was around, book him. How come the only timeline you can put this man at is when he allegedly, I guess, did whatever situation that he had to do about some money in the bank? You tell, not me, you speak on it. I don't give a fuck who you tell, basically, of why Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly do not have over $500,000 of fucking dollars to fight his case. You tell him, who were those people? Those were the only people that really kind of mattered in the subject of what was being told, of what harmed Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly. Had he had the money to fight his case from the beginning, he'd have probably been just fine, but it wasn't there. It wasn't there. If you can come out and prove that Mr. Donnell Russell has in his possession, other than some goddamn music, I'll speak about that music too, the Hail Mary that you dropped, but you don't want other people to put some shit out. That's funny as hell, but you dropped it. Why does you guys insistently want to go after Donnell Russell for music, but not the 900 or the 800 goddamn $1,000,000 that he supposed to have had? Why won't you locate that motherfucking money? Because that's what he needs. The music he can do. Donnell Russell said, and there's an article that was printed on exactly what he said, a public national article. What I mean by that is that article, sorry guys, my daughter says she's going to bring me some soup. I told her to leave it by the door. So, but that article would have went national, right? Think about it. So are you saying that the article that he put out, which I'm pretty sure that the government has read, your FBI, your CSI, your ICE, and all that stuff, that they only picked Donnell Russell up off of his own admission, got him now going through court appearances and leading up to a trial to decide his fate on the things that he admitted of doing. He said that he was on the phone call. He was on the phone call to kill the noise, to calm things down. What I saw out of that is we have to make this go away so that Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly can resume his life. If we can get this to go away, then maybe Mr. Kelly wouldn't be where he is. Maybe that article, I'm not sure, I think it was the EQ or Q or Esquire, one of those. I have it downstairs. It was written in black and white, telling all of these people that they need to get the $1,000,000 to help get some of his bills and stuff paid. But because of your hatred, you wants to tell the world that it's a possibility that he was going to run off with that, right? But that didn't fall, that deal didn't fall through, you know. All I can hear from him outside of you trying to whitewash him, and you know what exactly what I mean by whitewash him. You know what I mean, because that's exactly how you're acting. You putting him in the whitewash. Typical niggas do that type of shit. But it is what it is. Gameplay overlay for the underplay, nigga. But you're whitewashing that man. So you say you're gonna laugh at me. It's okay. I don't care. I'm gonna be back better in a minute. I just need a minute. I do. You're picking and choosing to throw him completely under the bus. You and your compadres. But out of all of the people that you can pick and choose to throw under the bus that have intentionally, purposely came out, because that's what he did, on his own incognizance of telling all of these people his story. You're too damn persistent of changing his story. You're too saucy with it. So that makes you non-valid. I can't believe you. You're too saucy. You got to add this notation, take this notation out. You're too pressed about it. And when you find a Negro that is highly pressed about some shit in your eyes, may be true, may not be true, when there is a whole goddamn landfill of niggas that came after this man that you don't touch on, it's just unremarkably not surprising. It's not. You pick and choose your target. Once the target has taken a little bit of shine away from you. See, those people over there, the Cheryl Max and the Masons and the Hankersons and all of that stuff, see, they ain't quite mentioned your name or took the shine from you. So you don't have nothing to say about them. But if something comes, your name comes out of any particular mouth out here, you're gonna come at them with a vengeance and tear their stories apart. That's how you move. And don't get it twisted. I'm not out here to do checkmate or none of that fucking bullshit. I just happen to be a very, very, very smart ass motherfucker. A lot of people out here are. A lot of people out here are. Don Russell's story never changed. So instead of you acting like you're FBI or CSI or ICE, instead of you doing so, why don't you allow the whitewash to do their job? And you step back. Maybe you won't look so, in my opinion, ignorant like you do. You're too saucy with it. You're too pressed on one nigga when there was a whole goddamn entourage that turned their back on that man. You're mad. And the other lady over there is mad because this man tells these people that he put that man's music or whatever away. But you wanted all the likes and the clicks, and you needed 35 more subs to drop Hail Mary. You needed that clout off of that man's song. And you explained to the people why you chased that clout. Oh, you'll be back. I'ma let that play. Y'all clap and dance to his music. Let that marinate, nigga. In my opinion, you did that shit for clout, not to help him. That's his shit. You don't want Donnell Russell or anybody else to have nothing of his music to make money. No, to get him that $1 million or $2 million. You don't want that shit dropped overseas where a majority of his supporters are to raise the money because you done fed, you done injected your poison with your compadres out here that he's going to keep the money. Donnell, that money's for Donnell. That money's for Donnell. But yet then, your tongue, your actions did exactly what the fuck you're claiming that nigga over there is trying to do, except for that Hail Mary benefited you. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. I would never have commentary with you or nobody else. But I do have the right to speak my opinion, just like the rest of everybody else out here. You may not want it $1 million to help Mr. Kelly, but you sure wanted clicks, views, and 35 subscribers for dropping that fucking song. And you, man, you a whole theory of contradicting. You a whole motherfucking theory. You contradict yourself. Every fucking action and words that you talk. And that usually happens when a nigga is so pressed about another nigga's situation. Sometimes you just got to speak it and then leave well enough alone. The feds and the CSI or the ICE or the community motherfucking popo, had they had any fucking suspicion about that man with theft, he would have been charged with it. The state, the government would have picked that shit up and charged him with it. But they didn't. And I can understand your theory about why you come out here to say that he's doing these things against Mr. Kelly. And that is one of the reasons why. And it's because you don't see him picked up on that. So you can only put the theory out here that it's stolen and it's stolen. How long is it going to take for you and Sharon Winbush to keep that theory going? And the other lady over there on her channel, how long do you think it's going to take, or how many times is it going to take for you guys to put that story out here and the feds still ain't arrested that nigga and indicted him on that shit? How long? How many times? Don't you think Keith heard y'all? Y'all say he's the right-hand man. The brothers hear you. They ain't done shit. So if the brothers isn't worried about it, I have to ask you, Booker, the fuck are you worried about it for? That's my guy. That's what you're going to say. That's my guy. The same guy that did not recognize you to put you on the floor in the sprinter. That guy. That's the one you're going to talk about. The fuck out of here. The fuck out of here. I'm just going to talk until I'm done with my tea, which I am almost done, because then I guess I'll be drunk and medicated up to sleep this goddamn bug off. Well, from Bookham, the more the people that talk about it is known as the capital of bullshitters. And that's all that they can do is talk about it. Can't do shit about it. See, those are the people that will have a stance at being applauded, clout, all that stuff, because they're doing some shit about it. See, right now, Jennifer Bonjean gets all the fucking clout. She gets the standing ovation. Her. She's got to utilize that brain. She's got to put the ink to the paper. Not this bullshit out here on fucking YouTube. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. So you could be whatever you want to be out here for Mr. Kelly. But that's the only thing that matters. You know, situations work all right for you once you stick to the reality of life. And that is the reality of life, not that fuck shit that you speak over there. Feels good, though, to know that you sit up there and I got this, and I got the receipts, and I got the receipts. I got the receipts. And all of those receipts that you have, that jury came back and said, guilty. Now ask yourself, what good were your receipts out here on YouTube? I can tell you what they were worth, in my opinion. They was worth zero. All of this action and giggles and tickling and this or that, your shit, just as well as all of the other shit that I see, the copy and paste and this or that, it means nothing unless you were in that room to go up against that prosecution. It means nothing. It's only for entertainment purposes only. That's it, and that's all. Now, I'm glad you brought that name back up, Matilda. Shabazz. Ooh, when the dots were all connected, Matilda. All of these dots were connected. At some point, everybody should be rubbing their head and saying, yeah, 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 enough is enough. But it doesn't stop. Money does not stop. It is of the world. It revolves around the world. It makes people become who they are. I'm going to ask y'all a question. Come to the chat for a second. Who do you guys think will be up next on the podcast. You saw how he did Wayne Williams. You have to know how, and I'm sure everybody does, decipher from interrogation and an interview, being biased and unbiased. And I know a lot of you guys know how to do that. I feel that the interview with Wayne Williams, the sisters, now that Dottie has joined the podcast, what was the other guy that was on there? Those are, in my opinion, are interrogations, questions. Those are interrogation questions. Yeah, they're very angry with him. They're very angry that Don Russell has this, has that. They want to know how he got it. How is it that Don Russell, in my opinion, is a step ahead of them? Yes, simply. Dottie was on the As Is podcast. So I don't show it. I believe you guys may have to go to other channels to listen to it if you have not listened to it on your own, because I just don't grab anybody. I do have that level of respect, a level of respect. That's his show. I don't have rights to that show. I'm not going to play it or anything, but people that, kind of lose a little bit of respect and don't give a damn or whatever, they will play it on their platforms. But I'm just, that was his show. That was his words. I can remember and write it down and talk about it, but nah, that's his shit. So, but, and only thing like I say with Dottie, she kind of approved that. Okay, the not approved. She time stamped her thing, her notations on, yeah, the letters were meant to be put out to reach bigger platforms, because he wanted to get his word out. But then you had the sisters kind of say something, they just they kind of bumped heads on that one, so, and I think it's because of the question that Shabazz threw back at them. It's like the sisters are trying to make sure they clearly understand the question, and Dottie understands it, so she's answering it. And it jumps back to, so I was like, okay, this something isn't balanced. They didn't have balance in check. That's all. They just didn't. So yeah, you know what? Simply, you only need to listen to like the first probably 10 minutes of it, and the rest of it, you can pretty much, know how it's going to end. You know what I'm saying? It's like you're going to know what they're saying. So, I don't know. But who do y'all think is going to be next? Let me ask y'all that, because he's going to keep this going now. He's reaching out to a lot of the Kale supporters, or a lot of the, those people. But since he came through the door for Azarel, and he put the story out about the things that he did or did not help Angelo with, and how their story was supposed to go. And then I guess Angelo what pissed him off, or he pissed Angelo off, and then that broke up. So, okay, why are you now needing the R. Kelly people now to bring the stories to you? Why isn't his stories coming from where he started from? And that was being, in my opinion, an op of Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly. Explain that. Why? What's the switch up for? Are there not enough ops to support him? Huh? He can't get as real on there. Why? Is she too expensive? Is she too expensive? Because I believe Angelo said she ain't doing no damn interviews unless you dropping 5 to 10 grand. And that's one of the reasons why he said that Drunken Larry couldn't use her on his channel. Because you had to drop 5 or 10 grand, to she's in a business. That's what he says. She's in a business. That tea is helping y'all for now till I stop drinking it. But she's in a business. Yeah, it was too much of the same. It was. You right, Juicy. Because it was more like of an interrogation. And, no, and if it's repeating itself, he's looking for particular answers. And if he's not getting the answer that he wants, then he's going to he's going to rephrase it. And to rephrase it, I got to get some things out of him. So a lot of these people need to think about these interviews. And I have to say shout out to Wayne Williams because he did say, man, listen, I don't know this to this stuff. I ain't doing, I ain't trying to do no entrapment or I don't need these people come knocking at my door. And he did. He stood his ground over there on the Shabazz on that one there. I was like, shout out. I had to do some shout out to him because it was like, fuck, everybody ain't stupid. But that's the main question. But by golly, y'all, if he bring Bookham on that stuff on that show, shit, you gonna need 12 bags of popcorn. Cause that nigga gonna be telling everything that he think he know. Cause he gotta make his story so convincing that he was there. And that's one of his goddamn problems. hmm That's one of the damn problems. So y'all be looking for that one, cause it may be coming soon. He gonna be calling it. He finna text and email that goddamn Shabazz, man. Bring me on. Bring me on. Bring me on. And the only person he gonna talk about is Don Russell. he gonna skip. He gonna skip all over the missing $999 million. Hell, he ain't gonna talk about that. He ain't gonna talk about that shit. That boy coming straight on and start talking about the Don Russell and the goddamn Jasmine girl. You want to talk about that shit? You don't want that shit. He don't want to talk about. He don't want y'all to talk about that damn Jasmine no more. He want that shit to get swept under the damn rug, just like that damn coochie pitch. niggas, niggas sure do have a funny way with dealing with shit. I like that song. It ain't my fault. Did I do that? That's all you gonna talk about over there. It is. That's all you gonna talk about. I'm sitting over here saying to myself, boy, where the rest of the story at? Why are you so pressed? Oh, I don't know. I can't be pressed on stuff that you just can't do nothing about. You can't be pressed on stuff that you can't do nothing about. You say you feel Shabazz is working. I do too. I do too. I definitely do. I do. Now you have back to the letters. And joke no joke. He may not be twisting them damn letters up and all of this or whatever. But you guys have to keep in mind, wow, I know Miss, I'm sorry, Miss D. I'm sorry. I'm sick. I'm usually a little bit better, but I'm sorry. Don't shoot me, girl. I'm sorry. I'm sick. I really, it just, like what's today is? Today is Tuesday. Okay, Monday, Saturday. I was on the live and I was telling the ladies, like, I am so exhausted, you guys. I was like, I had zero energy, you guys, when I was last on downstairs. And because I feel really, really, really tired. And then the next day, I started feeling a lot of like draining on my left side. So I'm like, and then it would just stay stuffy. And I was like, okay. So I started putting the vapor on and and putting some Alka-Seltzer Plus and all that stuff. So then yesterday I was like, oh my God, my head is about to explode. But I exceeded, like really exceeded up to like nine. I had 9 pills with a mixture of Tylenol and Aleve, and I could not get the pressure off of my head. So, but I did manage to at work, I stayed a couple of hours in the office, just, trying to write my papers, and it was quiet and stuff like that. And then I come out on the floor, but it was just too loud for me, and the lights were too bright. But I just sat there, and then I said, no, this is something else. And I come home, and I showered, I lay straight to bed, honey. And I just been right here. I've been right here. It'll go away. But no, you say you're gonna need me to get some rest so you can I'm gonna feel better. I'm gonna get, I'm promise, I'm staying in the bed. I'm staying in the bed, today. So you say start right with, Greenberg. You're absolutely right, Amber. That was the third one that I was trying to, remember, but he say he's up to like 10 or 11, interviews, but you can't take away from who he is and what he does. He is a journalist. That's his job. That's what is his path that he chose to do in life. The only thing that people get to do is you can either take it with a grain of salt or not. That's pretty much it. You could take it with a grain of salt or not. And me, I respect everybody's goddamn career, a job, or whatever it is that you choose to do to make money. I don't like for people to take, money, and from people. It just depends on how you getting it, right? Whether if you want to support a person to get fed off of the boulevard, if that makes sense to you guys. It's up to you. But from the person that I saw, I have to choose the path of not. I can't do it. I hear him. But as far as like with financial support or the donations and things like that, or spreading his word, like sharing it, because sharing helps. No, I just can't, because I saw what he was doing. And what he did was violate Mr. Kelly's privacy. He violated, as a man, that man's home. I just can't bend on that. What do you say, Papoose? How can a person become a groupie? I love him too. I love the music. But you said a shout out and go on by my ex. I don't, we talked about that, Muddy, on becoming a groupie. We talked about that, right? I can't I can't literally grasp hold of that. I don't understand what turns people into a groupie like that. The only way I'll have to be on that same level of the person that I, choose to groupie for. If if Mr. Kelly is rocking $999 million, hey, I'm your group because I got $999 million too. You know what I'm saying? I I know we post, we praise and we salute, but baby, if I don't have $999 million like you, then I'm not doing something right. Your life is good. My life is fucked up. But so I'm supposed to, huh? I can't do it. I could play his music all day. I could be like, shout out to Kelly all day. But baby, I can't go chase Miss Kelly around the world, and I only got $500 in the bank. That equation, that just ain't right. That ain't right. And shout out to the fans and the groupies or whatever, but you're missing your boat chasing millionaires and I don't know. Okay, I can go to one concert, give me your autograph, but I got to go get back over here to make my duckies so that I could be up here on this stage behind you. I can't. Oh no, I'm gonna stay at the level of where I guess I'm at. Keep my broke ass over here with the broke people. You going on over there and let the rich groupies, chase you around. I can't do that shit. No, that's just, in my opinion, called common sense. With the way that I choose to support is, I'll buy your CD. I'm gonna grab your T-shirt, but I'm gonna still keep it licking and ticking over here to make sure I can reach 999 million. Because the truth be told, if you don't have 999 million, they don't talk to your ass any motherfucking way. Jay-Z and Beyonce, they just come on, they give back is the concerts to you. Will they call and pick up the phone and talk to you? Are they going to do a show with you? Are they going to bring you on and induct you into the Hall of Fame with them? Hell no, because they don't know you. But had I sat over here with 999 million, you best believe they'll call and they're going to talk. Or do you want to go to the police ball? Well, we got these tickets for 25,000. They click and group with their own kind of people. We're not their kind of people. We're the people that put them there. And then you are forgotten about personally because they never knew you personally. So they get on the stage and they say, thank you to all of my fans and my supporters. But to me, I may take that as, thank you for making me rich with your broke asses. But that's just me. And we stand out there in that audience and be screaming, yeah, 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 yeah. And that's basically in Latin language. Thank you with your broke asses. I gave y'all what you paid for. I gave you the music, but the fuck more you want. But it's America. It's the USA. I get it. That's how we live. It is what it is. But am I finna go up there and be falling all out and chasing a damn sprinter and hell to the no. The way, I saw this, I'm looking at it, the sprinters and this and that. I could see one time visit. Okay. Oh my God, I'm close to Kelly. I'm close to Celine Dion. I'm close to, all of these goddamn, whatever, whoever your star is, right? You may get that one time. You may get that one time, right? But you want me to just keep coming back? Do you know every time, keep this in mind, every time that they were going back and back and back and back to be on the cameras, to push themselves inside of this camp thing or whatever. You know that they was missing a lick on becoming $999 spending money and not making money. That's never a good thing. That's never a good thing. Mm-mm. Bookham had to shut down his two workers' business. He got two employees. You know how many times that nigga had to shut his business down to go chase Mr. Robert Sylvester? Do you know how many times? Mm-mm. I couldn't show up in New York because I have a mortgage and I had children and I had to do all that shit. You got some of them that was able to take off for a year. I mean, for what was it, a month or two? Could I have done it? Yeah. But that's what was on my mind was about, well, wait a minute. You know how much money I finna spend for that? Oh, ain't with absolutely nothing that I can do but be on camera and shout free R. Kelly. You know, like the rest of it was inside that courtroom. That's up to them up in there. You know what I'm saying? That was kind of up to them. It's up to them to carry the throne now. Get them up out this shit. But you say, girl, I love my broke buddy too. You ain't never lied. I love ass too. But yeah, will I buy it? I don't even know, like, when was the last time R. Kelly even dropped his CD? What was it, 2002? Something like that, 2007? Wasn't it somewhere around there? I don't know. It was the last CD. I don't know. I plan on keeping my sanity, but that's pretty much, you guys, all of that I really have to say. I can stay and read some of y'all comments or we can just go. I just really wanted to sit up a minute and just give my opinion, about the Shabazz. He came into this fight, and the first thing that I see was the wrong way of coming in. He was not there for Mr. Kelly. He was there for Azarel. He came to protect her and not Joy. He never mentioned anything about Joy. He pretended, in my opinion, to break up a fight that happened at that Trump Tower. He was very persistent with the security lady about filming in an apartment, a condo that did not belong to him. But because Azarel, I guess, allegedly name was on the paper to obtain a housing there, I think, in my opinion, he took advantage of that, which gave him the rights to film 2016. Oh my, yeah. Well, that's not too old. So, oh, that's the album with the red cover on it too, I think. So, I don't know. You know, my gut and my heart tells me that this is an agenda and it's all happening before people would wake up. He deal with Chicago situation, which is coming up. So let me grab as many people to see what they have to say, whether it's good or whether it's bad. But I'm going to throw a mixture of sidebar interrogation in it. Maybe they won't get it because I'll just keep rephrasing the questions until I can pull out of these people something that can, and be used, allegedly in the Chicago case. I don't know. I'm just allegedly speaking my theory, of what I think, you guys. But it's funny that if that may be the agenda, then to be unbiased about the interrogation, pull some of the ops on there. Go and get another interview from Diane Copeland. Copeland, go and get the Cheryl Max. Go and get the Masons. Go get the people. That would be an interesting one. That Don Russell threw all of those names out there. I can even go a little bit further so that I'm not being biased about what I'm saying. The Scooby Doo had those names on that board over there. Pull those people. Pull those people and find out why they did what they did, or why they didn't do what they didn't do, or why they leave them hanging. That would be an epic goddamn interview. What is the code of my brother's keeper if your brother gets caught? That would be epic. That would be epic. Because there is a code. And Shabazz talk about the streets and the streets and the streets and the streets. There is a rule that if one goes down, you all go down. You don't let you don't let I can't even say it, y'all, because I don't want that on record, because it's I can't say it. No, I can't say it. And I know what I want to say, and I just can't say it. But there's a code to everything. There's a code. You say you've been spending that Monopoly money, girl, I think I still have a digital Monopoly. I haven't seen it in a while. It may be downstairs. It might. But you want to go epic, and he want to blow up his shit over there. Yeah, go get all of those people. Go get them. Go bring the Hankerson on and the Clive and David and all of those people. Go do that. But stay away from that goddamn Bookham, because his whole damn podcast is going to be about Don Russell and the setup against Don Russell. Now, I can only imagine the book you'll be coming out saying that Don Russell has something to do as well with the Mississippi thing. You're a piece of work. So, as you can see, that's about to resurface back out here as well. Here comes that Mississippi man, still pissed at Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly, claiming that he took his wife. He manipulated his wife's mind. The wife talked him into moving. Finds out that they have moved closer to Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly so that she can be at arm reach of this man. He is now still seeking, allegedly, a disclosed amount of money for to make his life a whole lot fucking happier and better. He definitely wants to monopolize, capitalize off of Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly for his heart and suffering pain due to his wife. I know I must say allegedly, but y'all know the story. Has they done broken up. They gone. It's no more. It's bye bye. Capitalism is a motherfucker, boy. It's crazy. You say you believe that the tapes was put together to make it look like R. Kelly was there. You know what? I agree, Muddy. I agree because, we can't, say that, they've been to the storages and they pretty much got all of what they wanted to have. And you best to believe these prosecutors got most of their narration from off of YouTube to to put together bits and pieces of their um, 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 prosecution against Mr. Robert Sylvester, and they hear about all of these tapes and this or that, or his music or this or that, girl, please, they would have been came and then, in my opinion, and did what it is that they needed to do to apply more pressure to him, and they didn't. You'll say it for Pap when one go exactly. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you. Nice. He's so well around the industry and very on it. Yeah, exactly. So bring them people on there, not these other goddamn people that, and I'm not saying it in a harsh way. Y'all know I curse a little bit here and there, but who is, you can't help them. Can't help them. You can't help them. Absolutely, Rosalind. The whole thing is just sad. It's sad about all of the allegations, but it's sickening to me, Rosalind, about a lot of people who has chosen to interject their characters to entangle the situation even more. It's just disgusting. It's so distasteful. We're talking about a human life, and how another human can just tear things apart. And just so that you can understand what I'm saying, because I said something out here and it got taken and twisted and turned. And I said that there's a lot of people, Rosalind, that I just don't get down with. I don't like your kind. And what I meant by that, so that it can be clarified, is I don't like mean people. I don't like dirty people. I don't like people that do things for a just cause, out of spite, out of this. I don't like people that kill each other. I don't like people that rape each other. I don't like people that do etc., etc., etc. So I said, when it comes to a time and all of those people can take each other out this world, I said that for us, for me, for my children to grow, to have a better place to grow and live in without all of this goddamn tormenting shit that goes on out on the streets and even on this goddamn virtual stuff, because this is all that they have given us to work with due to this coronavirus, this pandemic. This is all that they've given us. But we use this stuff here just like as if we were out still in the streets, and it's ridiculous. So that's what I meant by that, but I understand how that had to get turned. And I say that I don't rock and roll with your kind. Yeah, you best to believe Papton found something that is not suitable for her. You're toxic. You're toxic. And I know. But don't get me wrong, though, Ross, because they come at my head. So you going to hear me come right back at they goddamn heads out here, because I'm still not no punk ass beer or no weak beer. Well, right now I'm weak, but not at all. No. So I come out here for this and that. What Beauty doing? And one reason only. That's it. That's it. You say they all supposed to be right there in the cell with him asking people, are you gonna eat your girl? I just watched it, Beauty. I just watched Life. I did. I watched Life. But I'm not out here like the other people to convince y'all or to press y'all or to be saucy about anybody's narration or their theories. These are only one papoose opinions based off of her common knowledge, her common sense, her reading, her writing on what I understand. I'm not out here to understand what they are being saucy about or Blues Clues. I don't care. I don't care. It doesn't take that much. It really doesn't. Now, my thing is, are you that freaking saucy and pressed and putting the stories out? Now, after you've done that, what are you going to do about it? Nothing. What are you going to do about it? It's not going to do nothing. It's just all eyes off of me. If you guys pay attention to how a lot of people situations has come out here, right? And one sense they have became the laughing stock. The other sense is that, okay, people want answers. Why are you doing this? Well, if you think about it psychologically, those people will do any and everything to take a spotlight off of them. They don't want to answer you with that. They don't want to address that. I'm not going to tell you this about me. I'm not going to tell you that about me. So what they will do is deflect and take it there, the situation into a whole nother goddamn direction. And if you ask me, because I can name 3 people off the top of my tongue, that some shit didn't happen to them. One of them is the other lady sitting on her other channel over there that was giving the pass to get into the courtroom. Some shit has happened. What does she does? She goes and take that and flip the anger towards another person to bring out to do defamation of character on. Took the time to call all those sisters a bag of bitches. Like every other word. They was just bitches, 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 bitches. To my understanding, there was some interruption going on in New York about those 3 people. One says something to the other, and the other says something to the other. And of course, it came out here to be a bash-orama fucking gang. Okay? It'll go to the other person. Book 'em. Book 'em went through the episode of this thing about Jasmine, bringing her down, fucking her 19 times, and all of that goddamn shit, right? I got to get this goddamn narrative up off of me. What is his way of getting the narrative up off of him? He's going to keep Don Russell in his pocket because every time if you guys bring that up, he's going to present you a goddamn show about Don Russell. He's going to present to you people of how he knows, I guess for a fact, that Don Russell and Cass Jones, this is what they tell everybody, and I'm going to show you, let me bust your bubble on this, right? That Don Russell and Cass Jones, that's his girlfriend. That's the story that he tells everybody. Now, if you want to hear entanglement in the stories, right, you're going to have to go over across the street where you get to hear Angelo Clary speak about how Cass Jones came. And according to the shit that Angelo is speaking, Cass Jones is not Don Russell girlfriend. So somebody is fucking lying. You see what I'm saying? So you got to get around to hear some shit, right? So book him. I think you might want to check with Angelo to see what stories he's dropping before you drop. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. You might want to do that shit. Yeah. It's crazy as hell. Yeah, 3 people. 2 different stories, book. 2 different goddamn stories going on. But it is what it is. Let me see what y'all doing in the chat and I'll be quiet. Let me see. Uh-oh. Beauty said something about her husband and the shingles. If I smack him real hard in that area, what y'all... Oh, girl, he gonna pop you back. I heard shingles hurt. You said Shitty was only there because the judge had assigned them a date to get all of their stuff out. That's how she knew that Joy was going to be there. Okay. Yeah, but what did she do? What did she do though, Juicy? What she called, Shabazz was called up. Hey, come do this filming. Come, I need somebody with me. Blah blah blah. Mm mm mm. Oh my goodness. But Priscilla, okay, so you watched it yesterday. Okay. Muddy says when they had Mr. Kelly trial, it was proven by the prosecutors that Mr. Kelly was not guilty, and that was, I heard, not well, yeah, 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 yeah. But I don't know, y'all. I don't know. And this NyQuil is a kicking in, so I gotta get this bug off of me, y'all. I gotta get it off. I gotta get it off. But Angelo said that he was Frost's first to meet Cash. Exactly. Exactly, Muddy. And I heard that before the Lifetime or the Savages. But that's not what your boy over there says, He tells a whole different story. That was even going against Cash Jones' story. Now she came out and told a story, right, Muddy? No, I met him. I went over there, and this is how I met Angelo. And, I got talked into this. So I was being nosy and I had to go down and see for myself. Oh, I will, Beauty. I had to go see for myself. He even then took Cash Jones' story and changed it up. All because the copy and paste stories. So, the copy and paste stories, in my opinion, is clips of things. They call cliffhangers, in my opinion. It means you go figure out the rest. I'm going to give you this, but I'm going to tell you my story based off of my clip, my copy and paste, my little clips, my little bit of paragraph. When there's a whole goddamn story to what is being copied and pasted. Very easy to do. Yes, she says she met him at the Lifetime. So, but Bookham, I believe, in my opinion, is saying that these people developed through Don Russell. That's what he's saying. So that's what he's saying. That these people all, developed through, and he knew this person, and he knew that person, and he knew this person, he knew that person, and this is where the narration is coming from. That Don Russell is set R. Kelly up. And all because he only been in the picture for less than a year or so, a little bit of a year. And you gonna be in trouble behind that one, Beauty. Hello, Lisa. Glad to see you back. Hello. So, I don't know. It's like it doesn't matter what you can say or do or whatever. Your narrative is if they don't like you, your narrative is getting changed up out here. So that shit don't even matter. Really don't. But like I say, these are just all my opinions. Not to be bashing or None of that stuff, you guys. Oh, damn argument or whatever. But I'm entitled to, I wanted to just express my opinions based off of what I see, what I've learned, what I hear. That's it. I can't think for nobody else. And at this moment, until I see anything different or until I see Don Russell getting some charges about some music or all that stuff, you know what? I'm same way that I rock with R. Kelly till the wheels fall off. I'm gonna have to rock and stand behind his truth because I've heard him repeatedly repeat the same thing. Do I hear people, because he's human, like a lot of people are, may stumble over a word that would appear to a lot of people that he is against him and he's about to take him down and all of that stuff. It didn't take that long. Let me ask this question because I have to go back to my notes. When they were at the smoke house or whatever they went to, right? And I think Will Eating them was there and they was trying to bring to Mr. Kelly's attention that Don Russell was outside speaking to the cameraman. You guys remember that? Can somebody help clarify? Because I need help with this one. Hi, Shannon. I really need help with this one. Was this before or after Don Russell was in the car with Will Eady riding and protecting Mr. Kelly as he made his way over to the McDonald's? Can somebody give me an answer to that? Please. Somebody, you think that that was before? Okay, so if let's just hypothetically say that it was before, okay? They was at the smokehouse or whatever, chilling or whatever and all that stuff, right? And they doing the cigars and now here's Don Russell downstairs speaking to the camera people, or whatever the case may be. No one, I don't think I ever is there a production of that interview out there? Where is that at? I'd like to know if people can y'all find that? Can somebody find that? What production company was out there? Was it CBS? Was it ABC or whatever? Because it's obviously is something out there. Don Russell speaking to the camera people, right? That never was shown. Can't find it. If you guys can dig it up, please send it to my email because I need to see what was it that Don Russell was telling these people on camera. But if that allegedly was before, right? It was before Will Eady and Don Russell was in the vehicle traveling behind the Sprinter to McDonald's. How does that make Don Russell the suspect? I'm just I'm just saying, did they not see it or what? They just kept Donnell Russell around to do what? To catch him in the act, or did he not never speak to Arkin? Do y'all see where this entanglement is at? For a lot of people to say, well, he wasn't there, he wasn't in the camp. Not a lot of people, book him or whatever. He didn't do this and he didn't do that. When he clearly was at this home or the smoke bar or whatever, up in the same facility, the premises of Mr. Kelly. Like they were all there. And then now you have him in the car with Will Eady. Nobody can still detect nothing of what's going on. I think that if Bookham wants to, and this, like I say, this is just hypothetically speaking, wants to run his theory about these things about what Don Russell is allegedly doing, I can't understand why he wouldn't paint other people with Don Russell, like Will Eady and all of these people, because we've learned that these people were there when Don Russell was there. There's no doubt of them saying that they didn't know him or woo 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 woo. I don't know. I just think that that's crazy. Yeah, I didn't put Miss D. I put some the what you call it, the dark liquor. I don't even drink. I stopped and got some hen. I got a little bit of Hennessy, and I put that in there with a lemon and a tablespoon of honey, and I heated it up. So I know I'm going to be a little intoxicated and be going to bed here shortly. I'm just kind of enjoying setting up with you guys and hoping that the stuff will drain, like it's supposed to. But for the rest of the day, I'm going to sleep, and my daughter's going to bring me some soup by that I like, some this rice bean soup from the store. So she's going to get that. But I'm just saying, how do you, like, you mean to tell me that Don Russell outsmarted all of these goddamn people? Somebody better he outsmarted. Who else was up in that house, up in there smoking, y'all? Who name all the names that was up in there smoking? Don Russell came in full effect, put together this big old heist. Let's call it the music heist. And he outsmarted all these goddamn people. And ain't none of them people that was close to R. Kelly on Don Russell's head. Y'all, come on, come on. Come on, y'all, let's talk about it. Come on, let's talk about that one. All of these people that were standing in that McDonald's parking lot. Need I to play the video again? I got to go back and get it. All of those people. And the only person that is on Don Russell's neck is Sharon Wimbush and Bookham about some goddamn music. Huh? Them the only two people that is interested in taking him down out of Mr. Kelly's camp, out of Mr. Kelly's association with the people that's supposed to have been protecting him? Huh? You say, yeah, I keep telling them, I point a lot of people back to that interview on Nick at Night. I do. You don't have an article out here from no goddamn newspaper or anything interested in knowing that Mr. Kelly's music or whatever has been stolen? You mean to tell me that the storage people don't have nothing to say, knowing that if these things were taken, that they hold a liability fucking case against them of someone breaking and entering and stealing shit? Are you kidding me? Where they do this shit at? Are you kidding me? None of that shit exists out here. If it do, somebody please share it with me. Share it with me. A man is going to come out here and tell you bluntly, what the heck he has, what I'm trying to do with it, who's all involved in it, how the fucking bag stopped, because y'all know the money train stopped when that nigga went to talking. The money train stopped, and I mean, motherfucking radars went off out here. Go after that nigga. He's stopping the bag. The fuck? Do y'all know how much money these other people would have probably been coming up off of had they been able to move this man's music from different variety of people, as opposed to one person telling you that if his shit is put up, just know that it is put up? Huh? Huh? gonna have to do a little bit more to impress or change my mind. That's all I'm saying. Mm, crazy, right? Crazy. You don't have a carload of people running around with their heads cut off to get that damn man. But two people out here so far. Actually, three, if you really want to count her. But to me, all she shows is just a sign of bitterness because information did not get put in her hand due to the fact that he said that I don't know you. Like, who are you? Why would I put some important documents in your hand? And that showed, that character showed a sign of bitterness. Came back and defamed him, wanted to defame him. So, well, I'm reading your guys' comments. You say check out the. I don't think I better not have no damn COVID, girl. I'll be all right. I'll be all right. I promise you, I'll be all right. I have not been really around nobody, not even, and I understand, and I have sanitizer in my purse. So when I was out shopping, whatever I touched, I wiped my hands and stuff with it. Never touched my face or none of that stuff. So at work, I'm usually not around many people, and we still are mandated in mask at my job. So pretty much a lot of people still have their mask on. I'm just gonna pray on it and hope that it's a head cold, that I just got. So I don't know. I'm not on no Don Russell team or none of that shit. I don't know that damn man. I just know and base my opinions off of a consistent story with a very few minor glitches. Minor glitches. That's it. I don't I don't think and I want to believe with him saying that he has all of these tapes and this or that. Okay, well, what about, what was his name? Uncle Buck or whoever the fuck he was that cleaned himself up to come on the show with Gloria in that bullshit about the tapes up in the goddamn attic. And ain't you gonna goddamn it cut off his head? Huh? Was that accidentally said or purposely said? That was and to my understanding, was the same nigga that was downtown Chicago standing with the goddamn brothers, to my understanding. Cleaned him up mighty good. And him and Carrie was getting ready to start a whole damn podcast and shit, I confess. Wasn't that the same damn man? What about him? What about him? Are you going to go snoop him out, book him? Maybe he's the one that's portraying to do and be some shit and sneaking shit out here. Maybe it's him. I'm just saying. How the hell did he get off your radar? Because he said it too. I was up in the attic searching for this and on the tape, by golly, I thought it was some basketball shit. But I looked at it, hell, it was R. Kelly. He said that shit. Go get on his head. He's still out there. Go see what he's saying on him and Bruce goddamn podcast. If it's still up, I don't know for sure if it's still up or not. So, Lisa, why you don't trust Don Russell? Let me see why you don't trust him. And I'm only going to focus on your comments for a second. At this point, I have to, clearly say there may not be nobody to trust at all. But at the same token, I sit and I watch and I see you. But you listen to a lot of people that you shouldn't trust, just like I do, and I don't. But we listen to them to try to, at least help it make some sense to each of us individual. We do that. But why you don't trust him? Because he said that he has this music? Is that why you don't trust him? You say the way you see it, R. Kelly's case, they gave him enough rope to hang his own self. Um, at the beginning of the trial and reading all of the messages and things, right? And I think if it's fair to say, when the judge asked Mr. Kelly if there is some things that he would like to say, I think that Mr. Kelly at that point seen the railroad coming at him outside of, it's not up to him to prove his innocence. It was up to them to prove his guilt. After so many people had came and took that stand against him, especially Diane Copeland, that is when, if I was he, would have said, I need to take the stand. I need to stand my truth. I need to let the world know and the juror know what they are lying about and what they may be telling the truth about. That's what I think, in my opinion, should have happened. That's my opinion. You said that all of them tell lies back and forth. The only person's story hasn't changed was who? And you still say that you don't trust him. And I can respect your opinion on that. But you are saying that you don't trust Don Russell on behalf of him coming out and saying the things that he says. But are you looking at the actual big picture of what really landed Mr. Kelly into this indictment? And according to the paperwork, because you have to read what's black and white and not what people are saying. And the black and white paperwork that was written aligned with what they used as an exhibition of evidence stacked against Mr. Kelly. On the paperwork, it's clearly said that this involved Jane Doe number 1, Jane Doe number 2, Jane Doe number 3, Jane Doe number 4, Jane Doe number 5, Jane Doe number 6, Jane Doe number 7, with a reenacted indictment coming back, saying now that it was a supersede, reenacted. They superseded it. Now they imply a Jane Doe number 7 with a John Doe 7, John Doe 8, whatever the case may be. These are the people that came out and put together a fabricated story in their words. To me, it was fabricated. To them, it was their truth about things that Mr. Kelly had done. In that indictment, it had nothing written up about anything of what Donnell Russell had done to him until the situation came about that car bombing and that telephone call, which you heard, I'm pretty sure, Lisa, because they've played it over and over and over on the internet. And in that conversation with Don Russell and Tim Savages, it was about helping Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly the best way he knew how. I get it that Bookham and a lot of other people put out here, including Donnell's Russell, that you need to check with R. Kelly because you need to make sure that this is okay. You need to do this by Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly to make sure that this is okay with what you're doing. And I got something to say behind that, right? But that phone conversation to me sounded like, you know how if you are doing a bank robbery, right? And you have the officer in charge outside that can get you to stand down. Don't harm the people in the bank. Give yourself up. That's kind of what I can relate that to. So speaking to Tim Savages, we don't have to do this. You don't have to do this. In other words, we don't have to keep this situation going because you and I both know if this goes the way that you guys are planning this to go, the government is going to fry Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly. That was my way of looking at it. And I respect other people's ways of looking at it, like the way Bookham presents his narrative. Like, for instance, he did this to get other people out the way so that he would be able to pull off his music heist so that he can make all of the money. So there's two different ways to look at it. And I respect what you're saying. But because of the way that I'm able to interpret and perceive the way Don Russell came at it, I'm going to have to believe Don Russell. I don't want to think of it in a bad way. You know what I'm saying? Because everything has been presented to a lot of people out here to think of things in such a negative way of when you see a person trying to help Mr. Kelly. So I mentioned to you that I'll explain to you about Donnell Russell when in the way Bookham does it. And it's just all my opinions. That's it. That, no, I'm not giving him all the power. Oh, no. No, 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 no. It's not what I'm doing. Not at all. I'm just elaborating on what I saw him do. I don't know who's out here for real or for fake, really, for Mr. Kelly. The only person that I know that I walk by faith now, since we're at a different angle of this stuff here, down a different path, and that is Jennifer Bonjean. That's it, and that's all. But Don Russell told you guys, and yes, it was after his indictment and stuff came down, about that house thing, that the Lifetime thing where it was getting started, where he did, they pinged this number or whatever, so they put him at this place of event that was about to take place. So Bookham and a lot of other people planted the seed out here that got Mr. Kelly into a whole lot more trouble. He interrupts a Lifetime docuseries momentarily so that these women could not come out here to put these devastating acts on this man without him telling his truth of what he knows what happened with girlfriend A or associate B or Tatiana C. That's what I got out of that. That's what I got out of that. But because a lot of people wasn't satisfied with that, especially once the government got heed, which nobody really knows the truth to it of how the government figured out Donnell Russell's association to R. Kelly, along with the Michael and the other guy. I don't know why I can't remember the other guy's name. After a lot of people knowing that information was being sent in to the government about a lot of stuff out here on Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly, I can imagine that a light bulb not even clicking on about information being sent to the government to tie Mr. Kelly together with Donnell Russell and those other two guys in the Cash Jones, because it was possible. It was definitely possible. Good morning, Audrey. Good morning. It was definitely possible. Along with that news report where you see Donnell Russell on the camera speaking to the newscast about his entanglement with Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly, about being a friend or whatever he chose to say that he was to Mr. Kelly. So you don't have to be a rocket scientist to tie all of that together to understand how narratives can come out against Donnell Russell or for Donnell Russell. So we're always going to have that pros and the cons about him. But you have to go by, well, I have to go by, not you, of what the indictment is. I have to believe how I know how the government can get down, since they wanted Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly so bad. They took him and they merged Donnell Russell and those guys together to implement their game plan that Mr. Kelly runs an enterprise. And that's it, and that's all. And that's how I'm going to choose to perceive it. So that's just me. Now, but I respect, how you feel about Donnell Russell. I can respect that. There was some oops and some stumbles, but they wasn't just in his words alone. A lot of people have made some oops and some bumps. They did. And Bookham made a whole lot of oops and more bumps than Donnell Russell did in a lot of his damn stories, starting from the beginning. So Juicy says that because Russell had a lot to lose, he was not around like the other ones did. Yeah, exactly. He offered him help. He showed him some things about his money that they and others never knew what was going on. But with Juicy, I have to rebuttal off of that, because you have that guy over there that's saying that he was around for a while. Mr. Kelly knew him for a while. He was his mentor. He raised him from a son and sent him to school and all of those things. Then why wasn't he the person? Why wasn't he the person that was out there showing Mr. Kelly what was going on with his money? Why wasn't he that person that was saying that, well, we could do this outside this goddamn defense fund that, went crazy, outside of that? That was a person over there that was trying to raise some money on getting some new Air Jordans and a goddamn TV and some carpet and some Gucci designer pajamas and shit. Really? In a jail? Really? You said, and they make it a crime for Kelly to use his phone, but Larry is everybody in them goddamn phone. It got a goddamn phone up in them goddamn jail things. I was watching a program 2 days ago where they this, I'm gonna have to go back because it should be in my history. They are allowed to have fucking tablets in goddamn jail. The warden allows it. They can have them. Isn't that crazy? With only very limited, I think, of apps and things that they can download or something like that. I don't know how they are able to encrypt it where they get to selectively download this and do this or to do that. Everybody in their mind should know what they call a straight talk app or something like that, where you can communicate now even without using core links. You know what I'm saying? It's just crazy. So yeah, okay, Lisa. You say, and he has his, and you're saying that his agenda is what? What would be Donnell's Russell's agenda? I hope so, beauty. And then again, you know what? I hope as well that he comes out and just don't address anything or anybody that he will now truly knows, and just not have any more association with what he truly knows of each individual that says that they are for him. So all child restrictions, that's what's on there on them tablets. But I did see that show though, Queen. I was like, damn, all them, they get to have tablets now up in the jail. Yeah, I think jail is so more like really a lockdown type of situation. Them people up in that jail is living just pretty much close to abnormality of the outside world. The family's gonna take care of them, and the warden's gonna, grant some things that that you would not imagine, that you wouldn't imagine. Mm. You don't know what his agenda is, but so you're saying you feel that he has an agenda behind it? Is that what you're saying? You say, my issue with everyone is them not taking care of business in the beginning. Example, Rob team not calling the authorities from jump. All of this would not have ever gone this far. I you saying that they should have, if people were seeing things or knowing things, that they should have called the authorities out. Oh, I gotta go make my second pot of tea is humming, so I gotta get back up. I'm gonna have to call in some assistance over here, y'all. Jesus Christ. My baby at school. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Mm, yeah, they do. Oh, okay. You just feel it. So I can say I understand. It's things that are said, things that we see, and it'll start make you saying, and I understand that. But Lisa, do you understand that the situation that Darnell Russell took upon himself allegedly, because there is a letter that says that, did you talk to R. Kelly about these things? That's what I was going to point out to you. And, you make sure you talk to Kelly, right? But I could sit here and hypothetically say, well, you know what? Maybe he couldn't, or maybe he didn't. The speculations, because that's what we get out here. That's confuse a lot of things, right? But I'm gonna speculate on what maybe he didn't, because maybe he know that Kelly probably talks to a lot of people that he probably shouldn't talk to, and he didn't probably want Kelly to get this back to the other people to stop, or whatever. But then if I say it that way, then yes, now it would definitely look like, oh my God, he was really hiding some things from Kelly or whatever, you know. I don't know if Don Russell did all of these things to take off and get accolades or whatever from R. Kelly to where, they can end up being business partners, or Donnell Russell may be put in a better position to oversee his books and make sure that he stays on the right track for money. And I don't know if he done these things to continue to harm Mr. Kelly. What I'm saying is the time that Don Russell came out to do whatever he thought was in the best interest of R. Kelly or not in the best interest of R. Kelly, that it wasn't going to harm no more than the harmful things that was previously already done. Already done. They done already put the goddamn noose around this man's neck. So you say your problem is that he did not go to the authorities from the beginning once he got there to protect himself. Sad to say that, but holding info can blow up as well. Okay. You say, Pap, you just leave well enough alone, but if he don't speak, so many people is going to feel like he owed them something because of them they supporting him. They wasn't going to call no one. They had their hands in the cookies jar, which was the money grab. Okay. So all of you guys are pretty much elaborating on the same thing about Donnell Russell. So you feel that, him knowing or finding out everything that he knew, that he should have taken all of that to the authorities. That's what you guys are saying. Mm, I can relate to it. I can relate to that. I can. It makes sense. It makes sense. But y'all know I have to play devil's advocate. But the authorities is the people that wanted Mr. Kelly. How could you trust the authorities when it was the authorities that took him down? So how is that? Okay, that's what the tablets are for the emails. I would hope so, girl, because they walking around up in there with them tablets like they got them in American Express cards, girl. I was like, what in the hell? I'm like, okay. I'm, you want to give your life work to someone I don't know. Don just coming to the scene. So why Kelly didn't give his life work to his sister or his brother? Do you trust the sisters and the brothers? Do you trust the sisters or the brothers? You say or Keith. Mm. I guess, Lisa, the same way I can say if the trust is in the sisters and the brothers and Keith, explain to me why they don't have any probable cause of going after someone who is claiming to intentionally hurt R. Kelly. Why? You think Mr. Kelly told them to just stand down? That's okay. Let him run off with it. Is that way we gonna think out here? So if the sisters and brothers and Keith now knowingly know, because it's public out here, of the intellectual properties of what Mr. Donnell Russell is holding, they just gonna sit back and just keep watching the stories? You're never gonna hear that no worries, people. Mr. Kelly things has been recovered and then they are now into safety. You you think that that's going to exist? Mm. As far as we know, and as far as what Donnell Russell has told us, that he had just come back into the scenes, right? That's what he tell us. How do we know that for a fact that he has not always been around. How do we know that for? I don't know that for a fact. I don't know if they were having periodical phone calls or whatever. I don't know that for a fact. So you have to keep in mind, Lisa, that this is why we have to just opinionate and not speculate. That's why, because we don't know. So if we don't keep it at a level of opinions and we turn this into a level of speculations, this is how a bunch of narratives starts out here. So I don't know. As far as I'm concerned, as far as if I look at it here, I could sit here and say, yeah, shit. Don Russell lying about that. Don Russell probably had conversations and talking to him and then travel with him in and out of the states everywhere, probably twice a month. You see what I'm saying? That's speculation. It's speculation. So I don't know. All they have to pay for the thing and the person that they are emailing to pay to receive the text. So other than that, Juicy, there's you saying that there's nothing else on those apps about that, huh? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. All I can say is that, I do. I wish Mr. Robinson Fasicali nothing but the best. I don't have any hopes or dreams or admiration about, who he should talk to and who he don't talk to, because common sense is a gift. It's given to everybody, including Mr. Callie. He didn't just receive music as a gift. He received common sense as one as well. And it's only up to him to use it wisely, to use it. Bye, Lisa. I'll talk to you later. I love you, girl. Love your opinions. Love your opinions. So, I don't know. You say, what would be the reason, what up, Iris, for Donnell Russell to record the conversation with RSK? What would be the reason that Azariah recorded him? What would be the reason that Cass Jones recorded him when she spoke to him? What would, there's a whole lot of reasons that we could search for of things that had happened to Mr. Kelly. We don't know if Mr. Kelly told him to record it or not. But I just made that point, though, Iris. If we're going to keep trying to keep up the speculations on a lot of things, we're just going to keep up with a whole bunch of tormented, just allegations about who's who and what's what and when's when. Oh, shit. Let me see. My battery's going to die. 18, 16%. So, yeah, it's nuts. What would be? But with it all said and done, Irish, I'm sorry, Mr. Kelly had a lot of opportunities, a lot, to say, you know what, Don Russell, I need you to be quiet. I need you to shut it down. He had plenty of opportunities right there. Even with the enacting of the Gail King situations, is that camera on? These people is for me. This person is for me. This person is not for me. This person is not for me. This person, plenty of them. He, he could have, a lot of things could have been fixed and said and done. Was it the right time? I don't know. Was it the wrong time? I don't know. But right now, it's in shambles. It's in shambles out here of why would this happen and why this didn't happen. It's in shambles. So, is it the recording with Donnell Russell? Did that hurt his case? Is that the reason why the verdict came back as guilty? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think the verdict came back guilty due to the prosecution being allowed to present their case one-sided to a darn jury. Not a recording about Donnell Russell and RSK. Not the recording about Cass Jones and RSK. Not the recording about with Azarel and RSK. Well, I think that one might have came up. Because she did it. Azarel really had the most detrimental goddamn recording. She did. Azarel, if you ask me. You know you did it. Come on, bet. She called him Bear. And remember that recording? She did. Hers was the worst. If we had to put it on a scale of 1 to 10, she did a damn 9.5 on his ass. Was that authorized through RSK? Yeah, that's true, Juicy. But this is where the speculations will, like it'll take us there because everybody wants an answer to a specific event, a thing or a time and it's gonna be hard to get one. It's very, very hard to achieve an answer. It is. Because we wasn't there. We don't know. I do know what will and won't hurt his case. That you can use common sense on that part, and partially the law part about it. But what will help his case right now? Jennifer Bonjean. That's it and that's all. Not even that goddamn woman sitting over there named Juliet Queen, the Queen. Julia Bonjean, all of that stuff that she puts up about being the wifey and I know him and 3 years in and that none of that shit's gonna help. None of him. Somebody behind the screen wants to express, how she feel and what she loved and what they did. Like, okay, and so, but to Irish, yeah, that's the one. That recording right there. Yeah, you talking about putting a nail in the coffin? And we all know that you know for sure that one was recorded under the with the FBI standing there listening. You can tell that one was that ain't no speculation. Not that one. And but what the story started though, Irish when we come on, was Shabazz. Should he be? Well, he can do whatever he won't take that from him. But what do you think about all of the people that is doing the interviews with Shabazz when you can clearly see and know that if you pretty much was reading Shabazz IG or his Twitter page where he would tweet sometimes or whatever, he wasn't for R. Kelly. He wasn't up in that home to be for R. Kelly. So do you think that these interviews are interviews that should be taking place with the people that is for R. Kelly, speaking to a man that is against R. Kelly? He helped Angelo. Yeah, it's a lot of people in the background. So, ooh, Amber, that lady tickles me to death. I swear, honey. It's like, y'all better get over there and give that lady some praise for being, this wifey that y'all don't know about, a whole bunch of shit. The attorneys know about it. Well, you making them know about you, The narrative still hasn't changed about her. You don't hear the attorneys coming out, saying that, well, Mr. Kelly has, the significant other that's standing for her. None of that. Like, she ain't being recognized at all. But she mad at everybody else for not recognizing her status quo with Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly. She's not in no papers. She's not like nowhere. I'm like, but you know what? It's just like that guy that let her have it her way. Have it your way. Have it your way. If you want to be the wifey, and I'll go be it. Please hurry up. You will never take her king away from her. And the queen have spoken. So, okay, Priscilla. Okay, get you some rest because I'm just killing time. Trying to drain what's in my head. You say him having the stuff could be a smart move, but everybody put their 2 cents in and may have made things horrible. Audrey, I'm going to say this. And since it's out here and it went epic that Donnell Russell has whatever intellectual property that he has, then the feds and everybody else and they mama know that there's only one person to actually address to go get it from. Mr. Kelly get out, he know exactly. He ain't got to be doing no running around. Now, do he? None. He ain't got to guess about it or none of that stuff. Then he can take it to the appropriate authorities to press whatever charges he wants to do so if this stuff is true against Mr. Kelly. There is nobody else that can press charges without his authority of doing so against Mr. Donnell Russell about no intellectual property. Nobody. There's nobody. Only thing you can do is talk about it and keep exposing it if that's what people are choosing to do. But until then, I don't see a black and white paper saying that more charges are being brought against Donnell Russell from Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly or his appointee of a power of attorney. I ain't studying that shit. I ain't studying that shit. Cool in the game, since that's what they want to be, has opportunity and air out there. Go knock on that man's door and tell him that we got a storage and we want to come and collect his shit and put it back up in there. And let's see how well that work out before they get hit with a goddamn trespass. You go do that. It's quite difficult when the rabbit got the gun. That's all I'm gonna say. It's quite different. You say that's your queen, Shannon. You know that's your queen. You need to go. That's your queen. That's your girl. Shannon did it. Shannon put that damn queen out. Yeah, you did. You say, what will help the case if everybody decides to stop? Nothing. Nothing. He'll still have to sit there and wait until his attorneys go into action. Yes, Iris. Woo. So many people then twist and turn. And that's what you call plots. Iris, those are plots. This is the way that now you get to see in action, honey, and I'm not stereotyping, how black people can put plots out here to keep your mind going and going and going, all wired up, where everybody's wired up. Everybody is wired. One, you got half of the public entourage that wants to see Mr. Kelly out, and you have the other half that is definitely on an agenda that if he stays in, you know what? Two things will happen. They succeeded with their plotting narratives because they just don't like him. You know, they don't like that these rumors came out about in 2008. They don't like that Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly walked free behind a predatorious indictment back in 2008 about some alleged PP tape. So you have those people to keep in mind too. The government lost that case. They did not like that. They wanted his head due to all of the allegations that Jim Derrick Goddess started out here on this man. What did he say? You've been after me for 30 long goddamn years. 30. You want to talk about a stumble of words? Let me tell you about the stumble of words, because Mr. Kelly himself also stumbled his words. He stumbled his words when he did that live video. And I got to keep it real. When he did that live video, Iris, and Mr. Kelly came out to say, they should have gotten me long time ago. Do you know what kind of anger, trigger, reaction that the government, they took that possibly as a mockery towards them? Oh, you think that you won? You think that you won this shit? Yeah. And you know what brought those stumbling of words out against Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly? He was intoxicated. He had to gloat his victory for winning that situation. And just those words alone, since a lot of people like to impose how people stumble their words and you shouldn't have said this or you shouldn't have said that. If we're going to speak honestly out here in reality about some things, that was something that Mr. Kelly should have not never said. But due to alcohol, it will have you talking and speaking in a tongue that you just shouldn't speak, especially when you just went up against the notorious FBI in the goddamn 2008 trial. That was a no-no. But that, you can't do nothing about it. You can't do nothing about it. But, so it wasn't just him. I'm serious though, Stephanie. Alcohol will stumble that goddamn tongue up. It does. It really does. And I'm sure he beat that case. I want to be sure, fair and square, even though the allegations was about him paying some damn family off to go overseas and blah, blah, blah. Well, you know what? If there's an explanation for that, then what would have been the explanation for this damn girl who claimed that she held on to a Tommy Hilfiger sweater with some goddamn nut on it, and what did she win? The $750,000 to come back at him again for another goddamn 100,000, which landed her 800 or something thousand. You know what I'm saying? What would be the explanation for that? For that, if you solved and got a resolution to one problem, why continue to create and keep reliving that problem? You're done. You got your done deal. Why is it that they explain to everybody out here that everybody had to go to Susan Logan? Why? Demetra's part. Why? You know? Oh God, you can only drink so much tea. You really can. But I'm just saying, you guys, there's a lot of things that went right, and there's a lot of things that went wrong. You say, I'm going to come on Saturday. I hope to feel a hell of a lot better than I do right now, Iris. I will be on Saturday. I always drop the link for people to join the show. We're at the point now where I understand why a lot of people don't, because people don't want the backlash in their lives. People don't want to be ridiculed. People don't want to be made mockery of. People don't want people to remember their face and look them up and contest their opinions. I understand that. But Saturday, I will I will drop the link, and people are welcome. You come or you don't come, but it doesn't make me no never mind. I do run opinion talk show over here just like everybody else, but I ain't forcing nobody to come out here to receive the backlash and the tear down, like how most YouTubers and or bloggers, creators do. It's just a risk that you take. It's a risk that you take. It also shows that none of his, there were, you know what, Audrey, if Mr. Kelly had friends the way he thought he had, he would not be in this situation. He definitely wouldn't. I understand that a lot of people says that he's a little hard head. He doesn't want to listen and he likes to do things his way. But there's always that one good friend. There's always that one that can take Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly's situation and control it, to make things right, to make sure that things were done right, to remove him from evilness, from dirty people. It's usually one. But when it comes to this storyline here, and from what I have seen so far outside of what I'm hoping to believe about Donnell Russell, there wasn't not a single one. Not a single one. Okay, Irish. There wasn't. No. If you understand my brother's keeper, and if you understand whitewash and all of those things, you really have to understand it, because he went up against not just females. This was not just about him and the dating or having the parties and the girls and things around. No, this was solely about, him winning this trial, 2008, the gloating and the celebration. This was about hatred about Mr. Kelly. You can't hate someone this freaking bad based off of, oh my God, there's a videotape out or this or that. There was no murder tape. There was no locked in the basement for 50 years tape. There was no women walking around looking like Ethiopians or none of that. So as far as me feeling the passion of women being hurt and tormented and stuff, I could not feel that. I could not feel that if your weave is shiny and is shaking and you're at the malls and things like that. I could not feel that. And I explained the reason why after the year come by with the two white ladies that was trapped in that basement over there, and that man over there in Ohio set up and had a child by one of them. He's out smiling in front of these two white ladies, families, um, um, members and things, all at graduations and shit, and knowing that he has these two white ladies, three of them, I'm sorry, that was locked in his basement for all these freaking years. And that white man comes by, I met the black guy, and they're banging and they're trying to escape and get out. See, that is the sympathy and that is the passion. That stuff there, I can feel that. That was devastating. That was a monster. That is the person that should have gotten the 100,000 freaking years, if you ask me. He took someone's life from them, mental state, their physical state, the embarrassment that they had to go through. But after watching what I saw on the Lifetime, after what I see how these characters act out on her IG page or her Twitter page and all of that stuff, no. And Mr. Kelly said it best. Anybody can put together a goddamn story. Any and everybody can put together a story. As long as you can keep that train going. And I am the money bag. And these people are poverty and because they spent time around me and I showed them a good time and I did this and they got to ride the bus rides and they got to get on the plane when they needed help and I bought this one a house, I got this one a car, I seen to this one after she left it came back and had babies and shit like that. And mind you that the babies that she have is by another guy that's wealthy too. Nah. Nah, yes, miscarriage of justice. Exactly. Exactly. And we all can sit out here and we gonna pray that Jennifer Bonjean can bring that smoke like she probably intends to do so. But in this ring, round probably 20, and we know fights usually go 3 rounds. Round 20. Round 20. Everything that is being said and done right now, in my opinion, about who did what and who has what and who got what, who go, it's all irrelevant. And I say this even with the Chicago case, right? Chicago was ready to go. Keep that in mind. They were ready to go. But Greenberg decided with his other partners, let's let New York go first, right? They wanted to see what New York was going to do. Chicago, it may change a little bit of their strategy off of New York. But had they not decided to let New York go first, that means that Chicago was set in stone and ready to be presented. What makes you think that a whole bunch of shit is really going to change up from what they were already prepared to present in Chicago? A little of it may change. They have to change the strategy up a little bit. But a lot of it, I believe, was set in stone since they were ready to go before New York, but they changed their mind and said, let New York go first. A lot of people are going to believe that, okay, well, he did that because he knew that New York was, verdict was, that New York was already set in stone to put a guilty verdict on him, which would probably make his job a lot easier in Chicago. Now, I don't have to do much work or whatever because of the rumors that is out here about Greenberg, that he didn't do things fairly and he didn't meet motions on time and things like that. I don't know. I'm not an attorney, but I'm just saying that you never know. But outside of that, now what's the excuse? What will be the situation coming from this whole new episode, another episode of the revisit of the Mississippi case? What about that one? What about the Minnesota one? It goes on and on and on and on. Who's responsible for that? Is Don Russell responsible for those two? He's in jail because of Don Russell for all of these damn cases over some damn music. Over some music. Over making that phone call to Tim Savage. That's what landed him in there. Over calling that entertainment place with Lifetime, starting that episode. He's in there for that Because of Don Russell. Yeah, okay. Okay. So I know you guys are probably ready to go. So I am going to let you guys go so that I can get some sleep, I guess. I'll read a few more of your comments. You say, from what I have learned and have knowledge of the entertainment industry, it's all about money and breaking your deal with the industry. No one ever stands for you unless you are squeaky clean. That's true. Or telling some shit that they need you to tell. They have to change a lot because it will double jeopardy that cannot use the evidence witness from 2008. Gotcha. And like Juicy, she be telling me, she be enlightening me. Unless it's new evidence. And so far, it doesn't seem to be. Greenberg doesn't seem to take responsibility for his foogery because before the new attorney came in, you say don't leave yet. I don't have to go. I'm in the bed today. I just didn't want to, bore you guys. I said the majority of what I really wanted to say, when I came on, and that was just to give my little opinion about the As Is Entertainment podcast starring Shabazz that had the sisters and Dottie on there. So, and it was about the letters, true or not. Bookham did not want the letters to be shown and take it down, or that's not right. But yet then he turns around and now he pops the letter up. He also does not like for Mr. Donnell Russell to have possession of this music because he doesn't want the music to get out. But yet then he needed to the licks, the likes and the views and things of while he dropped the Hail Mary song over there for intermission time as he prepared for his second half of his program. So you cannot like what you're opposing someone else is doing, but then you're turning around and you're doing it as well for likes, clicks, and views. Contradicting. I'm sorry. And that's just the way I saw that outside of Let's Paint Donnell Russell for the whole takedown of Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly, let alone telling the people that Donnell Russell, allegedly is this undercover agent or whatever. I don't know where an agent, as known as the FBI or the CSI or the ICE, comes along and put their own fucking agent in a goddamn indictment. An agent gonna take down a damn agent. Okay, make that shit make sense. Must be something new that I'm just not aware about. It just doesn't make sense. So you say you in the bed, girl. If I could just stop a migraine, I think I'll be okay. All right, Juicy. Thanks for popping in. Thank you, hon. And I appreciate Juicy you with your knowledge about the situation because it helps me. And as long as we all can help each other with some understanding, it just kind of works. So I'll stumble on my words, one or two or three of them. So, and I do stand correct. I honor to be standed correctly. So, oh yeah, they give bad advice sometimes. Yeah. Well, I didn't. I watched it. I guess Audrey to almost the end of it. Almost the end of it, and they didn't say anything against him. I don't. They didn't allow Shabazz to control their narrative, their answers. No, they did not. They were very precise in saying when they needed him to clarify your question. What is it that you're saying? You're like, what was the question? What do not to be dumbfounded about it, but clarify it so that we can give an honest opinion, answer to what you are asking. The problem with Shabazz interviews, that I see is that he's not satisfied with the first answer. That doesn't satisfy him. And he likes to come back with a different form of question, rephrasing it to see if his interrogation can push out a different narrative, more details. And everybody knows how journalism works. If I can get this story from one person, all I need to do is just hear certain clippings of something. I will find another person that is familiar with it or have done it or have been around it and invite that person to the show. Now he needs that person to elaborate a little bit more on what the past person has said, to put together his story of whether it will come out to be biased against Mr. Robinson Kelly or unbiased. I don't think that, in my opinion, that he is searching for any kind words to help push a good narrative out to the main media or the main social public network at all. That's just my opinion. Because if he was, he'll only be asking of good things. He wouldn't be interested in knowing, oh, well, Wayne Williams, what you around with around the Aaliyah time, wasn't you? I don't know what the fuck you talk about. That's what have been my answer. What you talking about? Well, what time was that? Nah, I was chilling in the hot tub, nigga. I was chilling in the hot tub. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? And he starts off, you say you wanted to wish, oh, Merry Christmas to you too, Irish. I'm sorry, you guys. Happy holidays and Merry Christmas to everybody. Happy New Year's too. So, but this Christmas is could be stressful or non-stressful. You say having fun and getting money paid. Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly, um, his label only gives us things to talk about. Cannot talk about Robert Kelly, Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly, in a factual sense because we were not there. I don't know him. I don't know if there's anybody in the room that knows him personally, that has rode with him throughout his journey. So we only know the label. As far as his journey on his personal level, I only know what he put in the book of Solace, that in his book. That, and I kind of go off of that and trust it that those are his words and in his book, in his story. That's it. Not even with the brothers. I try to listen to Carrie, and I understand that that's his brother. But I, as well, I grew up, and it was a family of 10 of us. And my sisters and my brothers cannot tell you everything of what I've done in my life. They cannot tell you everybody that was around me in my life. They cannot do that. They would not know, especially when we're grown, because we all go into different directions. We can always have that presumption because of who you know, of the character that you grew up with inside the household. But once you leave that nest, and if you're not traveling on a journey with your siblings for 24 hours a day, you cannot give me all the factual information. You will only give me what you believe based off of what you knew from the time that you grew up, of how and who that character was. So I don't get caught up in that. I just don't. You say that's a real live victims. So let me see what Audrey says. Sounds as if that they are standing on their truth. Shabazz was left looking like the fool after Angelo and Az made him a fool. So I feel that he is trying to hear something to break the case. Exactly, Audrey. I feel that way too. He said, does this case give off people don't care, not just his case, but the American people don't care. I agree with that. I think that people just don't care anymore. It's not what we can showboat about, it's more so that of what we can talk about. It's what we can talk about. So, yeah, pretty much. You know, I'm going to rock, and I do support the injustice of what's going on with Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly. I support his music. I love his music. We all can play it day in and day out, day in and day out. But the Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly's personal life and the things that aligned with him about his money and all these people that was around. I can only just opinionate on them. I don't know nothing. I don't wasn't there. Wasn't there. What I do know is that from what I've seen, a pattern of behavior with the women. You know, we did a commentary on that, and I kind of enacted that out. If I walk inside Mr. Kelly's home and I know that, oh my, okay, so who you got three ladies. Well, what's her job? I would want to know, especially if I have every intentions of getting more acquainted with you and being around you. I do know, even at the age of 16 or 17 or 18 or 19 or 20 and beyond, that, okay, oh, this ain't something that I want to be down with. I thought that this was going to be a monogamous relationship. Then that is my time that I get to choose to exit the freaking building. Now, I can go and tell the world about it. Yeah. Oh, God, Mr. Kelly. Okay, he ain't no good. He not no one woman's man. But that's his thing. You know what I'm saying? That's his thing. Not to come out here and be like, oh, hell no. This nigga asked me out on a date. I go to his house. There's 3, 4 women. Fuck that. I'm turning him in. This ain't right. This can't do this way. This can't do that way. You know what I'm saying? No, do that. Yeah, I can tell the world, whoa. Well, that he likes a lot of girls and all that stuff. So that just wasn't my rapture, wasn't my avenue. So, yeah, he invited me. It was nice. We had some steak. He took us out and took me out. I had the movies, but, he laid it down that, I'm not going to be the only one. So we're just going to remain good friends and things like that. And I just went my way. That's how my conversation is going to come off to my girls. I'm just going to have it my way. But no, they left and he did this, he did that, he did this, and he did that. And we didn't have our phones. We couldn't eat. We couldn't cook. We had to knock on the door 3 times and we had to do this. I was like, what? What? That's a crime? Because of how he said that you can't come in this room over here. My personal stuff is in this room. They turned everything a crime against this man. Everything. You say, is it you? But does this case? Okay, we read that as well. And I do. I do. I don't know. Well, you guys, my nose is clear. So whatever that Hennessy and that line, that lemon is, but I know once I lay us because I'm sitting up. I know once I lay back down, the pressure is all gonna come right back. So, mm, you say it's crazy how laws have been passed since the Me Too. Yeah, it is. But I don't think with what I'm seeing out here that the Me Too is going to live forever. It's just a phase that came through, just like tornadoes, and it hit pretty hard. And a lot of the Me Too people, to my understanding, are a lot of women that went through the devastating things in their life that men involved, that men was involved in with them. And I think that these ladies decided to group together and they start sharing their stories with each other. And one thing led to another. Let's go against these men. We cannot allow these things to keep happening um, to our women out here. So I don't know. But I'm going to take a nap, you guys. And I will see you guys sometime through the week. But I'm going to take a nap. And I love you guys for showing up. And don't forget to like and share the channel over here. And y'all have a safe and blessed day. But I'm going to lay down and take a nap. Talk to y'all later. Thanks for joining. Yeah, you hear Teddy. Teddy heard the postman. Yeah, you say finish reading that Me Too comment. We're on the same page. Some of these laws are in the future running of not being in favor of women. I knew that this would start a whole new era. Yeah, but everything comes to us in phases. Each chapter has a phases to it in life, right? So how long you think that this is going to last? Maybe because I give it roughly 10 years. It's like as the world turns, in 10 years, there's going to be a whole nother phase after this one. I will, Beauty. I'm pumping it, Beauty. I'm pumping it, pumping it. You know, all this liquid and stuff. Then I got to interrupt my sleep and to go use the bathroom. Like, God damn it, because I'm doing all of this liquid, 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 liquid. But ain't nothing like that old Campbell's chicken noodle soup. But my daughter, I'm waiting on her. She gets off at 1:30 or 2, something like that, to bring me my rice soup that I like because it's got the chicken broth. It's really good and a bunch of carrots. But I don't know where it came from. You know, we could be extra super careful outside, which I definitely am at all times, even though they say masks are not required and then I still say that. I plenty sanitizer in the truck, in the car, they're everywhere. So when it's your time, right? But didn't I tell y'all that, God works mysteriously, right? So, and I'm out here cutting up, acting crazy because somebody wants to be crazy on my name. And this could be God's way to say, sit your butt down for a minute. Sit your butt down. So I'm going to sit down for a minute. That's it. That's all. I'm not that hard headed. I'm hard headed. But when he speaks, he's spoken. He spoke and sit down. Now, I'm going to give you this little bit of cold right now. Maybe that'll wake you up for a minute, get you to rest. Rest your tongue, Pap. Rest your tongue. That's what he says. And that's what I have to obey. So you was stopped up too, girl. But it could be with everybody say the weather change because we had 3 good days of it running like 60 degrees here. It was hot. And one day it just, yeah, it's got cold. And I keep my hat on. I'm a hat lover. I love me some crazy hats, y'all. So, I don't know. When you ever get those headaches where you just rubbing your head, you just rubbing your head. I've just been rubbing my head like, come on, stop, go away. But I appreciate you guys. I don't know everything. I learn as we go when it pertains to Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly and the R. Kelly. I'm learning a lot of this stuff, just like a lot of people is and are out here. Okay? So if I say I had it my way and I had a magical wand, or if I sat up here with $999 million, yeah, I can step up and do a whole lot of things to help. I would. But I'm not in that position, just like a whole lot of other people out here are just not in that position. And some things you got to leave it up to the power that be. You know, it is what it is. Those letters, I don't know what to say about them. I didn't write them, I didn't send them out. Somebody close to Mr. Kelly knows who he sent them to. He knows who hand he put them in. So if they got into the wrong hands and they got out here, usually where I'm from, you have to take ownership. And I know that he done it based off of, because I trust this person and this person and this person. But at some point, Mr. Kelly also has to own his shit and say, damn, I fucked up again. If that's not what those letters were intended to do, was get the word out, get his story out to the people, then you know what? Should have never put him out there in nobody's goddamn hand. Dottie said that the letters were intended to reach massive amount of people. He thought that it would get to a bigger platform. He was hoping, not thought, he was hoping that it would get to a bigger platform. Choke no joke. I guess apparently somebody thought that he had a bigger platform. He started reading the letters. But then you have the sisters that comes back to say that, the letters got into the wrong hand. It's just double whammy. Like, wait a minute, what's the wrong hand? Who's the wrong hand? See, they won't tell you that. They're not going to tell you who should be having the letters. They're not going to tell you how the letters got out and who sent what letters to nobody. They're going to tell you that. Maybe because they really don't know themselves. But what they do know in their own admission is that only a few had them. Now, when Dottie comes out to say that, the letter should have went massively, the letter wanted to go epic out here to get his story out. Now, what other person do you think assumes that he's running the biggest channel, has the biggest voice? It would be that boy over there, Booker. So to me, it would appear with all of his sauce on the T letters that, you know what, I could have been putting this out. I have the bigger platform. People follow me. People believe and trust what I say. So you have to understand where he would feel bitter about these goddamn letters too. Nothing surprises me anymore from these so-called stars, and they are people too with more problems than us, and they are jealous of our simple yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. And that's why I just don't, I never been a big celebrity fan like that. Never. Jay-Z and Beyonce came to Chicago over at the stadium. I don't know about y'all. Did y'all pull up the price of those tickets? Did y'all? You want me to pay $800 to hear single ladies for what, the 50th time? Fuck no. Ain't gonna fucking happen. And I like the music. I like to see Jay-Z and Beyonce collaborate on stage. But sometimes you got to, is it worth it? Is it worth to the no, no, no? I seen the ticket sales on there at the stadium up front. It was a little bit over a couple of thousands. You feel what I'm saying? A couple of thousands. If for me to come and see what costume you wearing today and how you can sing Bootylicious or the what? Nah, we gonna click that on the radio for on a series for $12.99 a month. And then some people would say, oh, you're not a big fan and you're not a big supporter. Oh, I'm going to buy your music. I'm gonna buy me a t-shirt here and there. Well, I ain't paying no $2,000 to sit in your goddamn front. I can't even understand it, for the sake of me. But that's called diehards. Those are diehards. I understand that. With the football games, I have football games. I'm around people that got season goddamn tickets. And I'm like, what? What? I'm sitting up perspective and I'm on my third cup of tea with this tad bit of Hennessy and this lemon and stuff in it. But will it last? Do I have to continue to drink this all day to, feel better? That's great. No. Soon as I lay down, it's going to kick back in. As soon as I lay back down. So I know it's there. It's lingering there. Yep. So Zeus on her last leg with her husband grabbing money while they can, and they on Epstein list too. Beyonce, but ain't nobody. Yeah, they getting put. They're trying to push them out there. They really are. They're trying really really hard. So, but will the money hold them back or not? I gotta go, but I want to switch subjects just for a minute, you guys. What do you think about that? What's her name? Parker, the cop that thought she pulled her taser, and it was the gun that killed that young boy. What do you guys think? Homicide? What do you guys think? Let her go? I got a little honey in it. I got a little lemon in it, and I also have a cough drop menthol. It's in there. What do y'all think about that? Ain't her name like Parker or something? She accidentally did she fell to the ground. The police officer kind of fell to the ground. And then she was like, I'm going to jail. Oh my God, I shot him. I'm going to jail. I shot him. What do y'all think? You think the jury will say, well, okay, it was an accidental shooting? Hmm? Think she'll be going home? What's going to happen? What's going to happen to her? Hmm? I'm going to let y'all think on that. I am going to take my nap and wait for my soup. You say she still is responsible for taking that life. That's her job, and she should know a taser from a gun. I know what mine is. Well, you do know that they're setting that taser and the gun side by side, right? They're going to set it side by side. They're going to show you that they look alike. They're going to show you the length, the width, the the circumstances around it, how easily it is to accidentally pull it because they are positioned close by each other on the right side. Girl, the defense be having a crazy job to do, but I'll talk to you soon. I'm taking a quick nap, so have a good day, y'all.